It's coming out of my box because it's the only. Yeah, but when I talk to the airplanes, I'm not going through the right now, but my mic is.
British Captain Christopher Newport landed here at the mouth of the Chesapeake in 1607. Rich farmland blossomed, but when the railroad came to town, tourism and recreation took hold. Virginia Beach boasts the longest pleasure beach in the world and the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the longest in the world. Notable residents include Olympic gold medalist Gabby Douglas, musician Pharrell Williams, and astronaut Alan Shepard. In the 1950s, the U.S. Navy set up an outlying airport for naval aviation in what was once flood-prone farmland. The new facility, which became Naval Air Station Oceana, provided relief to the crowded training airspace to the east over NAS Norfolk. In the decades that followed, NAS Oceana fully embraced the jet age by becoming the master jet base along the eastern seaboard. It was home to the F-4 Phantom as the Fleet Readiness Squadron. Later, both the A-6 Intruder and the venerable F-14 Tomcat called Oceana home. Today, NAS Oceana operates the FA-18 Hornet and Super Hornet. In total, 17 Oceana-based squadrons serve the flying portion of the Navy's fleet aviation operations, making it the largest FA-18 base in the world. Today, we'll celebrate naval aviation, the men and women of NAS Oceana, the bond with the city of Virginia Beach, and its rich history. Welcome to the NAS Oceana Air Show.
Right here at Virginia Beach starts now. Hello, everybody. My name is Rob Ryder, and it is great to be back once again after a couple of year hiatus, being away because of COVID and all the other stuff. We're ready to entertain you, and with the look of the crowd that we have already, it looks like you're ready to be entertained. Am I right about that? I thought so. Right now, we have out in front of us the Patriot Guard Riders. The Virginia Patriot Guard is a diverse group of volunteers with one thing in common. They all have tremendous respect for those who risk their lives every day, whether on American soil or abroad, in securing our nation's freedoms and liberties. They encourage those who share this respect to join them in support of all those who have served. The Patriot Guard has chapters in every state and several overseas posts with a membership of over 300,000. Yes, 300,000. The Virginia Patriot Guard welcomes all to join them. Their only requirement is respect for the Patriot Guard riders, standing for those who stood for us. Joining the Patriot Guard today are members of the Beachcombers Corvette Club. Founded in 1982, they're local to the Virginia Beach area. They have over 100 club members and families who are all about driving and the fun of enjoying and driving and owning and maintaining and restoring Corvettes. Through car shows and cruise-ins, they support local charities like Relay for Life, the Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia, and the Seton Youth Shelters. Standing in the flag line behind the show center here, I told you about the Civil Air Patrol cadets from the Virginia Beach's own Coastal Composite Squadron, the nonprofit corporation that serves as the official civilian auxiliary of the United States Air Force. They also promote STEM education and helping shape the future leaders through the cadet program. Each year, the third Friday in September is recognized as National Day of Remembrance for our nation's POW MIAs. Today, the Virginia Patriot Guard are riding in recognition of more than 80,000 American service personnel who are missing from previous wars and conflicts. 38,000 are estimated to be recoverable, and the U.S. Defense POW MIA agency remains relentless in its mission to provide the fullest accounting to the families and the nation of these missing heroes until they are all home. Recently, the Virginia Patriot Guard, along with all of our local law enforcement agencies, escorted a missing World War II Marine, Private First Class Jack Brown, who was killed in fighting KIA and Saipan of 1944. He was identified by DNA testing and brought home to Virginia Beach, bringing closure to the four living sisters and family for their missing brother, and they were able to lay him to rest. Riding with the Virginia Patriot Guard today are distinguished guests of Commanding Officer Captain Robert Holmes and the Executive Officer Captain Steve Giannotti, along with members of the Navy League. The Navy League is a national association with nearly 50,000 members who advocate for a strong, credible U.S. Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Merchant Marines. Founded in 1902, the Navy League describes itself as a civilian organization dedicated to the education of our citizens, including our elected officials and the support of the men and women of the sea services and their families. I'd like to welcome all of them. They will be here as we approach the time for the MH-53 helicopter that is carrying members of the Navy parachute team, the Leapfrogs, and also the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team from Norfolk. The MH-53 Sea Dragon that we will see high overhead in just a couple of moments is based out of Norfolk, Virginia. Squadron HM-12, piloted by Lieutenant Jake Reed and Lieutenant Commander Andrew Sebastiano. Our air boss, Wayne Boggs, has taken the airspace, and he is talking to the helicopter as it approaches. If you will look high and to your left, you will see the helicopter. It's a big helicopter. It's 99 feet long when you go from the front of the rotor to the back of the tail rotor. It weighs in at an astounding weight of, I think, 39,000 pounds. It's pretty amazing what we have. Our anthem today will be sung by Rosaline Moreland. She has sung the national anthem here for almost, 12 years, Rose? 8 years. Wow. From a young teenager, she is now pursuing her musical career, but let's look. Right next door to that helicopter is a small airplane. That small airplane belongs to Michael Goulian. Now, as they go upwind of the target area, we've got jumpers away right now. They are members of the United States Navy parachute team, the Leapfrogs. Reaching terminal velocity. (120 miles per hour). And then opening their canopies that have an inherent forward airspeed of about 22 miles per hour. Michael Goulian, with the smoke on, is circling the jumpers. It's a traditional way of opening an air show. From 8,000 feet, the Leapfrogs will be proudly presenting the American flag for our national anthem in a two-person tethered configuration. Now, these jumpers are able to hear you. So if you don't mind, why don't you make some noise as we get them in on target? Let's hear it for your United States Navy's parachute team, the Leapfrogs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the young lady who will sing our national anthem today. Wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen, within the sound of my voice, I would ask that you stop where you are. Please remove your caps if you're in uniform. Come to attention as Rosalind Moreland sings our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Rosalind Moreland, ladies and gentlemen, another great job. Thank you so much, Rosalind. Now, as the flag approaches and the last of the Leapfrog jumpers approach and touch down, a great breeze making tiptoe landings like that very, very easy. You will notice the flag is coming down. They're sending people to grab it. There have been comments made that the flag cannot touch the ground or it has to be destroyed. That is not the case. In point of fact, if a diligent effort is made to retrieve it, that's all we have to worry about. Let me share just a bit of a story, if I may, about the national anthem. The year was 1814. Our young United States of America was involved in the War of 1812, a war that many historians believe was our second war of independence. And on September 13th, of 1814, an American attorney was taken to a British ship in Baltimore Harbor to arrange for a prisoner exchange. And while he was aboard that ship, he witnessed a 25-hour shelling of Baltimore's Fort McHenry when some 1,500 cannonballs and shells and mortars were fired on that fort. Over the course of the night, that attorney feared that the fort would be overtaken by the British. But the next morning, he didn't see a white flag of surrender. Instead, he saw a huge 32-foot by 40-foot American flag, much like was jumped in by the leapfrogs today. That 32-foot by 40-foot 15-star and striped flag indicated an American victory. Well, that attorney was also an amateur poet, and he was inspired by that to write the defense of Fort McHenry. And that poem, the first stanza of which became our national anthem. That attorney's name was Francis Scott Key, and that's how it all got started. On a British ship in Baltimore Harbor. We're looking skyward once again for the approach of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team. The war-fighting arm of the U.S. Navy Special Operations is comprised of the most elite explosive ordnance disposal unit in the world. Explosive ordnance disposal technicians locate, identify, render safe, and explosively dispose of foreign and domestic ordnance, including conventional, chemical, biological, nuclear, underwater, and terrorist-type devices, enabling access during military operations in support of expeditionary strike groups, mine countermeasures, naval special warfare, and Army Special Forces. They provide training and assistance for the military and for federal and state and local and civilian law enforcement agencies in anti-terrorism force protection procedures, and they also conduct ordnance-related intelligence collection and counter-terrorism operations. They conduct free-fall parachute insertions, mixed gas diving, explosive demolitions with small unit tactics, and tactical delivery and extraction by unconventional insertion methods. Since the brutal attacks on September 11th of 2001, 21 years ago, the demand placed on these warriors and their families has been unprecedented. With ongoing global unrest, it is inevitable that our operators will continue to be called upon to serve overseas and here at home. The EOD profession is one of the most dangerous occupations in the military. On average, there are over 6,000 brave men and women serving as EOD technicians who willingly put themselves in harm's way to protect the lives and property of others. Their service includes support to the most complex special operations missions, as they are also called upon to support military and civilian law enforcement agencies, as well as the U.S. Secret Service. As they approach momentarily with now all 8 canopies in the air, let me introduce them to you. We have a team led by EOD Senior Chief Anthony Byrne, the Air Operations Officer and LCPO for EOD Training and Evaluation Unit 2. He's joined by EOD Master Chief and CMC of EOD Mobile Unit 2, Mike Dial, EOD Senior Chief Harry Basnight, EOD Chief Matthew Allen, EOD Chief Select Connor McElvray, EOD First Class Petty Officer Luke Ostrowski, EOD Lieutenant Commander Dhruv Parashar, and EOD Lieutenant Commander and Executive Officer of EOD Training and Evaluation Unit 2, Mike Grau. Ladies and gentlemen, they can jump from altitudes where you can't breathe. You have to have oxygen, and it is one of those places and times where they jump with a helmet with an oxygen mask on for high altitude, high opening, or high altitude, low opening. Jumping from in excess of 25,000 feet, if they do a hey-ho, a high altitude, high opening, they can travel under canopy for more than a dozen miles to reach their target. Or they can free fall from those same kinds of altitudes at 120 miles per hour. And as they do, then they can get down to a much lower altitude and penetrate the enemy's defenses with a very short time under canopy. They often fly under these canopies with equipment sometimes equal to their own body weight. These are very large parachutes, probably 325 square feet of wing area. They are in fact flying wings. And to turn left, the jumper will pull down on the left steering line. To turn right, he'll pull down on the right steering line. And as they reach the ground, you'll see the jumpers pull down on both steering lines at the same time for a safe and soft landing. These are bigger parachutes than we saw jumped by the Leapfrogs a few moments ago. They have, the Leapfrogs parachutes had an inherent forward airspeed of about 22 miles per hour. These are a bit slower because they are much larger canopies. When they're under free fall, all you hear is the rush of the wind. And that wind at 120 miles an hour paints a smile on your face whether you want to or not. But when they're under canopy like this, it's very, very quiet. And so the same kind of noise that we made when the Leapfrogs came in, when these jumpers get close to the ground, I want you to make plenty of noise for them as well. The pattern that they are flying right now is downwind along with the wind, just like an airplane would fly into an airport on a clear day. They fly a downwind leg along with the wind, and then they will turn, as we've just seen now, 90 degrees to the target area, called a base leg, and then when they're just about to be lined up on the target, they will make the final turn, or the turn to final approach. The hang time of these canopies is amazing. All right, ladies and gentlemen of Virginia Beach and surrounding areas, as they get close and close in front of you, they're going to try to land along the shoreline a little bit. Let's see how well they're able to stretch it. These jumpers will jump at night with night vision goggles, whatever it takes to get into their target area. Let's make some noise for the EOD team. Talk about a tiptoe landing there. For those of you down on the right-hand side, the last jumper in put the brakes on it and barely had to kind of reach with his legs down there to touch down. A big round of applause, if you will, for EOD Unit 2. If you will look to your left, way down and approaching at about 100 miles an hour, maybe 120, is the Sikorsky MH-53 Sea Dragon Big Iron. It's the largest and heaviest helicopter in the United States military. It's often called the hurricane maker because of the downwash of the helicopter that's generated by those rotors. It fills the United States Navy's need for long-range mine sweeping or airborne mine countermeasures, AMCM missions. Overall length, 99 feet. Maximum gross weight, listen to this. It's incredible, 69,750 pounds. And at the controls from Norfolk, Virginia, Squadron HM-12 is pilot Lieutenant Jake Reed and Lieutenant Commander Andrew Sebastiano. Here comes the MH-53, the Sea Dragon. Let's give them a big round of applause. They can't hear you, but they'll get the report you gave them a big round of applause, that's for sure. They'll be back a little bit later on. He's going to make another pass from the right. So if you got your video cameras ready, may want to get some video of it. What's interesting is that you might find it helpful if you actually hold your cameras sideways. So you can get a better horizontal track as it goes by. And I'm going to go for it myself and get a little video. This monster of a helicopter. Departing to the northwest. Coming up in just a moment, we're going to welcome Jesse Panzer. At the Waterfront Advisory Group of Raymond James, we know there's a lot to sound, comprehensive financial management. Check them out. The Waterfront Advisory Group of Raymond James. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look to the sky because in a spin right now, a flat spin, turning with the smoke on, is a young lady from Nebraska, from Lincoln, Nebraska. Interestingly, she's one of the greatest female pilots in all of our air show industry, yet she still pursued flying even after her father was killed in an airplane accident. And now, even though she's flying this little teeny Pitts biplane, Jesse Panzer We'll show you just how it's done. Her airplane dates back in its original form till about 1945 when Curtis Pitts started it. As she does a little bit of a torque roll, hanging it from the prop, she'll back it up, backing it up, backing it up, and turning it right down through her own smoke. She has flown dozens of types of airplanes. As she does the aileron rolls across the front line and pulls straight up. Now she goes over the top. Watch what happens here. 1, 2 snap rolls, or stalling that one wing. A high-speed stall, that's called the double avalanche. Sets the vertical line, rolls to the left. She'll keep it rolling. Watch her run out of airspeed here. As she does, she'll cap it off and dive straight back down. She'll get her speed right here up to about 220 miles an hour. And right there, she's experiencing about 4 times her normal body weight. Even more when she gets going, pulling to the vertical. That time with a 4-point hesitation roll. The Pitts biplane initially had, there's the hammerhead, and she'll go for a double hammerhead. Awesome. The original Pitts biplane from 1946 had a 65 horsepower motor on it, but Jessie has about a 300 horsepower motor. Hey, Jessie Panzer, a pleasant good afternoon to you. How are you, lady?
Right now, I'm repositioning for my next maneuver, which happens to be my very favorite one. It's the torque roll. My first goal is to back up at least far enough to touch my smoke, but anything more than that's a big bonus. So thanks everybody for coming out to the air show today, and here comes the torque roll. Yeehaw!
Okay, Jessie, we'll be talking about it. All right, now let's watch her. There's a 9G pull to the vertical. Now, she starts the airplane rolling to the left. With the propeller turning the opposite direction, it forces the continued rotation of the airplane in that direction. She'll hang it on the prop. Now, she's going to back it up like a school bus. All the controls are reversed. Left is right, right is left, forward is back, back is forward. She's into her own smoke. She's now 60, 70. Oh, that was a good one. Jessie, you really did a great torque roll this morning. You are on today. Oh, you've got the best sky in the world for that little pink biplane. What's coming up?
That's the truth, man. Well, right now I'm doing a nice big old barrel roll for you. And then I'm going to do a Humpty Bump turnaround and then come in for the centrifuge.
Excellent. The barrel roll she just performed looks elegantly simple, but it is a challenging maneuver using the ailerons, rudder, elevators, throttle, and to start and stop at the same altitude, airspeed, and heading. There's a quick snap roll on the way down. Now, let's watch her as she does the centrifuge. She'll pull up in a big arc across the sky. Watch her roll to the left. Now, shoulder rolls hard to the right. Oh, man. That's awful. Jessie, I wish I had my mother-in-law up there right now.
Yeah, man.
That's got to be an uncomfortable maneuver.
Oh, yeah, you'll feel the pressure in your eyeballs.
I bet. All right, you got a spiraling tower. What comes next?
Yeah, well, then I'm going to come down and get to show center and do a salute to all my Navy and Marine friends out there with the Harrier Pass.
All righty. The Harrier Pass, this is in to honor the AV-8B Harrier of the United States Marine Corps. Watch her as she'll come to zero airspeed, pulling back on the stick right at the edge of a stall, maybe coming through at about 30 miles. Look at that, slowing it down, slowing it down. Slowing it down. What a hang. She's got great hang time today. The air is perfect for this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. I'm going to turn the microphone on. Give her a big round of applause. Jesse, can you hear this?
Yeah, I sure can, and that's all you're up for today.
They are loving you.
Thank you, everybody, so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Nice job, Jesse. You got more, or are you going back to boss?
I'm headed back to boss.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, if you will, for Jessie Panzer in the Pitts biplane. She wants to thank her great sponsors, and among them are Duncan Aviation, CJ Aviation, Tiffin Air, and Rare Aircraft. She's even flown a P-51 Mustang for memorial flyovers. Coming up in just a few minutes, we've got the United States Air Force's F-16 Fighting Falcon. The airplane that's been serving with the United States Air Force since the late 1970s, and over 4,500 have been built. What a thrill. As a member of the local community, Hall Ram is proud to support our military families. Visit us today during Ram Power Days to save big in store or online at hallcdjr.com. Huntington Ingalls Industries is a global engineering and defense technologies provider recognized worldwide as America's largest shipbuilder. We're proud to be listed by Forbes as one of America's best large employers, with 18% of our workforce being military veterans. We are hiring. Network with Huntington Ingalls Industries today at booth 38 here at the show, just behind Show Center. I just want to let you know that today we are streaming the show worldwide. I'm going to ask the producer, Brian Lee, to read to me the name of this group that's watching there in Egypt. Go ahead, start it, Brian, and I'll repeat it to the crowd. The American contingent of the multinational force and observers in Egypt. They're all watching the show. So you can make some noise and they can hear you, and hope very much that that they're enjoying the show out there. Hello, Egypt. We love you. The F-16 Fighting Falcon serves not only with the United States Air Force, but with the air forces of a number of partner nations. And it has a piece of technology on that airplane that actually dates back to the 1940s. When you see the F-16 fly by today, piloted by Major Amy Fiedler, call sign Rebel, you will see the intake for the jet engine, and it's separated. Are you ready, Brian? All right, we'll talk about that later. It's my pleasure to turn the microphone over to the voice of the F-16 Fighting Falcon demonstration team, Brian Baden. Brian, it's all yours, partner.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of United States Air Force, the commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we'd like to thank you for having us. I'm the Viper Demonstration Superintendent, one-ear narrators, Master Sergeant Brandon Baden from Manassas, Virginia. Here with me at Show Center is my co-narrator, Technical Sergeant Aaron Balzano from West Monroe, Louisiana, as well as our safety observer and combat-proven fighter pilot, Captain Paul Vasta, call sign NASTA from Salem, Oregon. As a member of Air Combat Command's 20th Fighter Wing, located at Shaw Air Force Base in the beautiful Sumter, South Carolina, it is our distinct pleasure to describe for you today a combat capability demonstration by the world's premier multi-role fighter, the F-16 Fighting Falcon, affectionately known as the Viper.
The commander and pilot for the Viper demonstration team is Captain Amy Fiedler, call sign Rebel from New Braunfels, Texas. Captain Fiedler is a seasoned pilot with more than 2,000 hours in civilian and military aircraft. The Block 50 Viper you'll see in today's demonstration is equipped with a General Electric F-129 afterburning turbofan jet engine. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up and put your hands together for Captain Fiedler and the F-16 Fighting Falcon!
Captain Fiedler is now setting up for her first aerobatic maneuver, the Cuban 8. Watch as Rebel traces a vertical figure 8 over the demonstration area.
Watch now as Captain Fiedler repositions her aircraft and demonstrates the low altitude, high-speed capability of the F-16. As she passes Show Center, she'll be traveling just under the speed of sound at 700 miles per hour. That's less than half the Viper's top speed of Mach 2.
As she returns to Show Center, Captain Fiedler will accelerate rapidly and snap the F-16 through a series of aileron rolls, demonstrates exceptional roll maneuverability. Dropping in from the left, Rebel, and the triple roll.
In a dogfight, the ability to turn tight is crucial. Watch now as Rebel shows you just how exceptional the F-16 is in a 9G turn. At Show Center, she'll bank sharply and accelerate through a tight turn, pressing her into the seat with a force of 9 times her normal weight, or 9 Gs. Captain Fiedler will now demonstrate the F-16's crisp handling characteristics as she performs a 4-point roll at show center, pausing briefly at each 90-degree increment. Notice the precision at which these individual movements are executed. In from the left, the F-16 and the 4-point roll.
And now, one more time from your right. Watch as Rebel unleashes the sound of freedom. She'll flirt with the sound barrier. She crosses show center at 950 feet per second. As she approaches show left, Captain Fiedler will set up for her favorite series of maneuvers, which will demonstrate the F-16's ability to turn tight and stay unpredictable, a trait which helps the Viper survive. Speed sound. Slow speed control is just as important. Let's flight. High alpha reverse the angle of attack, which the aircraft will be flying. Rebel Viper at a 23-degree nose-up position and move on 120 miles per hour. When she reaches show center, Captain Fiedler will apply full afterburner and accelerate her aircraft in a nearly vertical climb, demonstrating the F-16's awesome thrust-to-weight ratio and a maneuver we proudly call the rocket launch.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to want to get your cameras ready as Captain Fiedler prepares to demonstrate the combination of thrust and digital flight control systems that makes the knife edge maneuver possible. From your right, the F-16 and the knife edge pass.
Now, watch as Rebel sets up for a maximum performance climb with a series of aileron rolls. As she pulls back on the stick, you'll see the Viper's exceptional power rolling ability as she sends it from 300 feet to over 3 miles.
Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Feeler has begun a spiraling descent in preparation for the dedication pass. Captain Feeler and the rest of the F-16 Viper demonstration team from the 20th Fighter Wing wish to dedicate this pass to the men and women from all branches of the armed forces and their families who were so bravely fighting today's joint fight. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute. Now from behind the crowd and to the right, F-16 Viper demonstration team proudly presents the dedication pass.
The Viper you see in action today is maintained by our expert team of maintenance professionals. Crew Chief Staff Sergeant Bobby Harper from Ellenboro, West Virginia. Staff Sergeant Kyle Mattern from Mansfield, Ohio. Staff Sergeant David Antonini from Rochester, New York. The team's electronic environmental specialist is Staff Sergeant Jordan Brownstoby from Morgantown, West Virginia. The team's avionics specialist is Staff Sergeant Jared Henry from Covington, Georgia. And the team's public affairs coordinator is Lieutenant Alexandria Brun from Topeka, Kansas. You can tag all your social media posts and photos with @ViperDemoTeam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need you to stand up and make some noise. Rebels, you give us another 4-point roll. This time, shoot pause briefly in the inverted position to give you guys a wave. Come on, you can do better than that. Let's hear it. You guys are awesome. All right, you want to count them out with me?
Great crowd.
I know you guys can do this. All right, there's one. There's two. Everyone give her a big wave. There's 3 and 4.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Rebel knows just how much you love the sound of freedom. She's coming back around for another high-speed pass. She's going to show you what 30,000 pounds of thrust looks like in a 27,000-pound aircraft. This is going to be her last pass, so I'm going to need y'all to get loud. Here, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Rebels now approaching from your left for the last maneuver, a tactical pitch up to landing. She will cross the runway at 500 feet and perform a rolling pitch up as she turns to the downwind leg of the landing pattern. Captain Feeler will now be lowering the landing gear. As she approaches the runway, she will decelerate to about 150 miles per hour, enabling the F-16 to stop in less than 3,000 feet if necessary. At its ability to take off from relatively short runways into a fighter that can operate from thousands of airfields in virtually every country in the world. While today's demonstration shows you how well the F-16 can maneuver in combat, what we cannot show you is the accuracy and lethality of the weapons it carries. The Viper can hit targets well outside its visual range while flying faster than the speed of sound. Coupled with your innovative, motivated, versatile, and adaptable airmen, your United States Air Force F-16 Fighting Falcon is deploying new technologies and capabilities never before employed on a fighter.
"2022 is bound to be an exciting year. Your United States Air Force turns 75. Air Combat Command turns 30, and the Heritage Flight turns 25. These milestones reflect a proud heritage, a tradition of honor, and a legacy of valor. Since 1947, American airmen have been breaking barriers in air, space, and cyberspace, resulting in a force that provides unparalleled global vigilance, reach, and power. Airmen throughout the Air Force and Air Combat Command are fully engaged as part of America's joint force in every region of the world and every mission area across the full spectrum of military operations. We have a proud history and heritage, and we will continue to ensure that the unique contributions of air power will endure long into the future. On behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, all the men and women of Air Combat Command, thank you for your attendance, thank you for your patriotism, and thank you for your support.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, if you will, for my brothers here from the F-16 demo team, Aaron Balzano and Brian Baden. What you got?
Hey guys, if you'd like to come meet the team or purchase any swag, we've got a tent set up next to Air Force Recruiting directly behind Show Center.
That sounds awesome. Thanks you guys very much. Congratulations. And at one point during the, just before Amy did her last pass, she said over the radio, somebody left a big black cloud out here. She flew right next to it. Amy Fiedler was referring to the pyrotechnics that have been done here and done so ably here by Firewalkers International Pyro. They are part of this year's show. They started here over 10 years ago, and the team is led by Rick Sarge Myers from Boise, Idaho. And the rest of the team members come from all over the country, from Utah, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, even Virginia. And they would like to recognize the special help of local volunteers that they help them to do their job out here. And they're not finished blowing things up. But what is kind of interesting is that the team members have over 150 years combined experience, but this is the 10th anniversary of their being here when they adopted the name Firewalkers Pyro International. Rick Sarge Myers and the gang, they're way across there. I don't know that they can hear us or not, but we'll see a lot and hear a lot more from them. But give them a big round of applause, if you will. Pretty cool stuff. Thank you, Firewalkers. You guys are awesome. AT&T is proud to salute the military, the veterans, and their families. At AT&T, military veterans, nurses, physicians, teachers, and their families get a 25% discount off of our best unlimited plans. That's less than $27 a month for 4 lines. All unlimited plans include AT&T 5G and AT&T Active Armor Mobile Security. Stop by and see the folks at AT&T for more info. Now, as Amy comes by, I started to talk about something. Look at the intake, how there's a separation from the top of the jet intake to the bottom of the fuselage. That is called a gutter. And that gutter existed on the North American P-51 Mustang back in 1940. That exists to help smooth the airflow into the intake of the engine. The original P-51 Mustang, as it was designed for the Royal Air Force back in 1940, had cooling problems because it had a liquid-cooled engine on it with a radiator. And there was turbulent airflow going into the intake to cool the radiator and cool the engine. And as a result, they had cooling problems. So they separated that intake from the bottom of the fuselage, and the P-51 Mustang, that technology from 1940 was applied 30 years later for the 30 years later to the F-16 Fighting Falcon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, since 20 years before the Wright brothers invented the tow plane, intrepid aviators such as Otto Lilienthal and Octave Chanute were successfully piloting soaring aircraft. Emulating the bird's ability to use rising air currents, they began man's invention of flight. And the aircraft that you saw taking off just now with its jet engine roar is a very unique airplane indeed. It was modified from a Super Salto sailplane with an engine that the owner and former rocket scientist Bob Carlton modified by mounting this jet engine to the Super Salto sailplane that allows him not only to launch by himself instead of a tow plane or launching off a side of a hill or a mountain, but do amazing high-speed, low-level aerobatics as well. He is a retired rocket scientist, and he is a detailed guy. He knows so much about so many things. He's always a treat to be around and learn something special. And in just a few moments, we will actually have the opportunity to watch Bob fly this airplane in two different cars. And we are just about 15 seconds away from Bob Carlton's demonstration in the Super Salto jet sailplane.
Track one now. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, high in the sky with the wingtip smoke, Bob Carlton and Silent Flight. With plenty of energy going over the top of the loop, he'll roll the aircraft upright for one half of a Cuban 8 maneuver. Check this. From Albuquerque, New Mexico, Bob Carlton flies a sailplane with a jet engine, pulling G's like, well, like Skip Stewart and Michael Goulian. There's the hammerhead return. The engine that powers the Super Salto sailplane is from PBS in the Czech Republic. It is a 40-pound jet engine that generates 240 pounds of thrust. There you have your Cuban 8, tracing a figure 8 lying on its side in the sky. Designed by Fidel Castro. That maneuver, the 4-point hesitation roll, is an extremely challenging maneuver because it's a 42-foot wingspan. This is really excellent piloting. Give him a big round of applause. He ain't done yet. highest award given in the air show industry. The highest award in the air show can receive the International Council of Air Shows Sword of Excellence, the Bill Barber Award, and the Art Schuldman Memorial Showmanship Award, also liberally won by a number of our performers, Matt Youngkin being among them. Then we'll have a demonstration of the F-18 Super Hornet solo style, followed by the F-35C Lightning II demonstration. The fifth generation fighter, the Joint Strike Fighter, flown by different versions, flown by all three of the major air power military arms here in the United States, the Marine Corps with the F-35B Lightning II, the F-35C Lightning II for the Navy, and the F-35A Lightning II for the United States Air Force, and 8 or 9 other partner nations. We got the guy who literally wrote the book on advanced aerobatics. His name's Michael Goulian. He's from Boston, Massachusetts. We're going to see a very cool thing happening with Michael Goulian and a jet-powered truck called Hot Streak 2. And then at 3 o'clock straight up, we turn Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the commander of Strike Fighter Wing Atlantic and the commanding officer of Naval Air Station Oceana, we're proud to present to you the 2022 Naval Air Station Oceana Air Show Fleet Power Demonstration. Squadrons based here aboard your Naval Air Station will display the incredible flight characteristics of the Super Hornet while performing tactical maneuvers employing a flight from the United States Coast Guard, Elizabeth City Coast Guard Air Station in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, a C-1 and the MH-60 Seahawk helicopter. They'll make a special appearance. Both of those aircraft specialize in the invaluable mission, or SAR. And the Hercules also has a second logistical mission. If you will, the aircraft are about to take off. Lieutenant Commander Richardson and his division will prepare to run up the F-414 to maximum power, producing over 44,000. To give you an idea of how much 44,000 pounds of thrust is, it's an equivalent to an impressive 1,000 horsepower. Notice how each aircraft starts their individual takeoff rolls about 10 seconds apart. Provides safe separation of the aircraft to allow each pilot to focus on their individual watch as our air boss, as soon as our air boss they'll start rolling down the runway, followed by high performance takeoffs of the remainder of your fleet demonstration team. Eyes to the left. 18 Super Hornet. This is your United States Navy in action. This is really, really cool, without a Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to introduce the air crew bringing you today's fleet demonstration. From the Golden Warriors of VFA 87, flying Party 1, the flight lead for today's demonstration, Lieutenant Commander Justin Richardson from Troy, Alabama. Flying with Lieutenant Commander Richardson are his wingman from the Rampagers of VFA 83. Ram 2 is piloted by Commander Tom Gilson from right here in Virginia Beach, Virginia. From the Gunslingers of VFA 105, Canyon 3, piloted by Lieutenant Commander James Pereira from Annapolis, Maryland. From the Swordsman of VFA 32, at the controls of Gypsy 4 is Commander Jared Stroud, who hails from Merrimack, New Hampshire, and accompanying him is his Weapons Systems Officer, or WISO, Lieutenant Commander Joseph Wadlick from North Brunswick, New Jersey. From the Black Lions of VFA 213, we have at the controls of Lion 5, Lieutenant Commander Andrew Wilkening, who is from LaGrange, Kentucky. Accompanying him is his WISO, Lieutenant Joseph Rooney from Troy, Alabama. Taking off, the MH-53, getting ready for its next jump. From the Wildcats of VFA 131, Wildcat 6, piloted by Lieutenant Kenan Healy from Leawood, Kansas. From the Tomcatters of VFA 31, Felix 7 is piloted by Lieutenant Alex Jabali from Fairfax, Virginia. And we will be waiting here shortly for the flyby of the river, in the ocean. You have your radio always tuned to channel 16A. The Coast Guard monitors that 24/7. And if something happens that you are in a world of hurt, you put out a mayday call on that frequency. The Coast Guard will respond. And assistance for you regardless of the weather. On a day like today, it's easy. They have a number of significant assets that they are involved in, among them being the C-130J model Hercules, the largest aircraft in the 1950s and is still in production with over 2,500 Georgia. In tow, alongside that C-130J Hercules, but by the Marine Corps, the Navy, and also the United States Air Force and a number of other air forces around the world. Accompanying that aircraft will be the Sikorsky HH-6. We're waiting for them to approach from the left, and you'll get a chance to see both of these in form. Training of Coast Guard personnel is so well done that in case of an like Hurricane Katrina, say you had a 3 or 4 member crew for the Seahawk helicopter, a pilot city could be teamed up with a co-pilot from New Orleans, a flight mechanic from Cape, and perhaps even a rescue swimmer from Whidbey Island, Washington. And they could work together as if they had performed as a team together for years. Way out to the left, 130 or 40 miles per hour. Sending your United States Coast Guard with not only the vessels that are out there, but the H-65 Dolphin helicopter, the Ocean, the HU-44, I believe the number is, and other assets as well. C-130 Hercules has proven itself over the years as being able to operate from very, very austere airfields, demonstrating short field takeoff and landing capabilities. The Marine Corps uses the Hercules for a number of roles, including aerial refueling of other rotorcraft or other fixed wing or even tilt rotor aircraft. But the C-130 has the ability to loiter above a scene for the Coast Guard. And provide communications relay and to drop much needed supplies or rescue information so that when the helicopter goes down to the vessel to render assistance, they have everything in place. Here comes your Coast Guard aircraft. As I mentioned, the United States Air Force also uses the C-130 Hercules. It's been around since the mid-1950s, and back in 2017, I believe the year was, on December 17th of that year, the 2,500th Hercules aircraft came off the production line down in Marietta, Georgia. December 17th being a very important date in aviation history, because that is the anniversary of the Wright brothers' first powered flight at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. 2 brothers from Dayton, Ohio, bicycle shop owners, who traveled with the first successful powered aircraft flight. That first flight was interesting for a number of reasons, one of them being that the fact that the engine that they had for that aircraft, for the Wright Flyer, back in 1903, was a 25 horsepower motor that was custom built. And because they were bicycle shop owners, they used bicycle chains to drive the propellers. Your United States Coast Guard, on an average day, will save 15 lives. They'll assist 117 people in distress. They will conduct 90 search and rescue cases. They'll protect $2.8 million in property. They'll enforce 129 security zones. They'll interdict and rescue 15 illegal migrants at sea. They will board 4 high-interest vessels, board 192 vessels of law enforcement interest. 122 large vessels will be boarded for port safety checks. They will seize 71 pounds of marijuana and 62 pounds of cocaine with a street value of $21.1 million. They will respond to 11 oil and hazardous chemical spills. They will monitor the transit of 2,557 commercial ships through ports and much more. This is what your United States Coast Guard will do. the enemy, any enemy, anywhere. As Lieutenant Commander Richardson makes final preparations to bring you an exciting demonstration of the FA-18's impressive ability, I can remind you that his station will be loud as you hear the roar of the rhinos engaging their afterburners. Though the sound of freedom will surely be exhilarating to all, I ask that you please take any necessary precautions to safeguard those who may be sensitive to the noise. We are just moments away from the first demonstration. So let's get pumped for a huge, exciting, noisy, impressive, and inspiring show. Boy, we're excited. Our first demonstration highlights the air-to-air fighting capabilities of the Super Hornet. Lieutenant Commander Richardson approached from the right at 400 miles an hour with his adversary, Lieutenant Healy, coming from the left in a simulated dogfight. They called fights on as they crossed, and rapidly they maneuver their aircraft as Lieutenant Commander Richardson gets into an offensive position, highlighting the remarkable agility of the Super Hornet. Watch as Lieutenant Commander Richardson brings his nose to bear on his opponent for a quick kill. Often the victor in aerial combat is the pilot who understands how to fight three-dimensionally. In the next demonstration, Lieutenant Commander Pereira will approach show center at a tactical speed from the right to meet his opponent, Lieutenant Jabali, who is simulating an enemy aircraft. As they cross flight paths, they will take the fight into the vertical to demonstrate the superb vertical handling capabilities of the Super Hornet. Watch how quickly Lieutenant Commander Pereira is able to position his aircraft for a kill, demonstrating why the Super Hornet is among the most feared fighter aircraft in the world. Since the beginning of the War on Terror, the FA-18 has proven through lethal precision why it is regarded as one of the most effective close air support platforms in the world. In this next demonstration, Commanders Gilson, Stroud, Wadelick, and Lieutenant Commanders Pereira and Richardson will demonstrate how the FA-18 is utilized to bring weapons to bear on enemy ground forces, engaging in notional special operations soldiers inserted into a hot landing zone. you noticed from earlier, there were single seat and 2-seat Super Hornets, Echo and Foxtrot respectively, excuse me. Unique to the FA-18E and F, the Forward Air Controller Airborne, or FAC-A, that role is a vital mission seat in the Super Hornet arsenal. With a bird's eye view of the battle space, the FAC-A can receive information from the ground and call in airstrikes to support the boots on the ground. Let's listen now as the Forward Air Controller, Lieutenant Commander Wilkening and Lieutenant Rooney, call sign Lion 5, call for Super Hornets to take out the threat.
Lion 5, go in 5. This is Lion 5. 54, we have troops in contact, taking fire from multiple enemy positions. We have a high threat environment in the target area with multiple surface-to-air threats. This will be a Type 2 control, bomb on target, modified 9 lines as follows. Line 4, 7 feet. Line 6, 18 Sierra, Victor Fox, 077751. Request 1 bomb each. Final attack heading 230 plus or minus 10. Immediate TOT, hot pass.
54, copy all, read back, elevation 7 feet, 18 Sierra, Victor Fox, 077751. Final attack heading 230 plus or minus 10 degrees, immediate TOT.
54, good read back. Stay ready for talk on.
Ready.
54. Running runway. You'll see a white building oriented north-south. Call start contact.
Start contact.
From that white building, your target is enemy troops in the tree line, 300 meters southwest of that building.
54, pushing.
Ladies and gentlemen, approaching momentarily from your right. Keep your eyes open for Lieutenant Commander Pereira and Commander Strout, who will use a low-altitude ingress to utilize the element of surprise as they engage enemy ground forces.
GP flight, tally target in, heading at 230.
Clear hot.
Those bombs were right on target as we hear him say, good hits, good hits. But now there are enemy reinforcements moving in. Listen now as the JTAC calls in Lieutenant Commander Richardson and Commander Gilson from your right to engage the new threats with pop attacks. You'll see both fighters come in low and then pop up to get a quick look at where the enemy is positioned. Then roll into attack.
Request 1 bomb, each aircraft. Final attack heading 0 plus or minus 10. Immediate TOC, hot pass. Party 1, pushing tally target.
Ladies and gentlemen, look to your right as Party 1 and Ram 2 come in for the attack.
41 in 230, tally target. 41 flight, clear high. Good hit, good hit.
The enemy is now confused and spreading out. Watch from your left as Lion 5 calls Lieutenant Commander Pereira and Commander Strout to come in again for simultaneous pop-up attacks on 2 different enemy positions.
54, Lion 5. Enemy forces have regrouped in embarkments 100 meters north and 100 meters south of friendly position. Request 1 bomb per aircraft. Danger close. Ground commander's initials. Juliet, Mike, Romeo. Immediate DOT. Expedite hot pass.
Tally target reset. Juliet, Romeo, immediate DOT, flight switching.
Continue.
Flight popping. Gypsy flight in from the southwest.
Gypsy flight, cleared high.
In an effort to deter the enemy from engaging friendly forces during times when weapons release is not authorized, we can use the speed and noise from the engines to let the enemy know we are here. Listen now as Lieutenant Rooney calls in.
Commander requests immediate show of force. Call it pushing. Party 1, pushing.
Calling for a show of force. No weapons, just the noise and presence of the FA-18 Super Hornet, the Rhino, and a show of force. Look to the right as Lieutenant Commander Richardson approaches the target area using a low high-speed pass, closely followed by Commander Gilson from the right. Often when troops are in close contact with the enemy, the precision weapon of choice is the Super Hornet's 20mm cannon. Listen now as FAC-A calls Lieutenant Commander Pereira and Commander Strout in from the left to bring their guns to the fight. Coming in from low and to your left, Lieutenant Commander Pereira and Commander Strout will circle overhead to the target area to get eyes on enemy positions for precision strafe attacks.
Tally target.
Entry tally target.
Gypsy 4 in from the southwest.
combat missions can often last upwards of 7 hours, which requires aerial refueling to maximize on-station time. A reality of combat, every carrier-based aviator must be able to perform the complex tasks of receiving fuel airborne, day or night, and under any conditions. It's a testament to the versatility of the Super Hornet, because it is not only able to perform all the lethal combat missions you've seen today, but it also is able to fill the role of airborne tanker. Right now, Lieutenant Commander Wilkening is configuring his aerial refueling store in Lion 5 to provide critical gas to Party 1, piloted today by Lieutenant Commander Richardson. Aerial refueling dates back to right after World War I, and there are videos on YouTube of airplanes, a couple of old Curtiss Jenny trainers, biplanes, in formation. The one on top dangling a hose. The one on the bottom, there's a guy half standing on the canopy or the cockpit and half standing on the upper wing trying to grab that hose and shove it into the gas tank. That was a very early attempt at, may I say, passing gas. And with me up here is Lieutenant Commander, let me get it right, Ken Bone, well, Sauce, right, Ken? A call sign, well, you're the CAG paddles. You're the guy in charge. Aerial refueling is an integral part of the life of any naval aviator, isn't it?
Absolutely, and one of the most challenging evolutions that we can undertake, but critical to the safe operation aboard the aircraft carrier.
Now, the Air Force uses what they call a flying boom method, where the tanker aircraft is manned by a boom operator who will lie on his or her stomach or sit in a chair and fly a stiff pipe down. But this is a little different, as we see from the left, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Tell us about how this works.
In this case, it's the responsibility of the receiver to plug into the hose and so that he can receive his gas.
The hose is flexible. The probe is attached, it sticks into this basket. What's about 3 feet in diameter? Is that the deal on that?
That's about right.
And so no gas flows until the receiver aircraft actually pushes ahead and unlocks the valve so the gas will flow.
That's absolutely correct.
Why do you have to do this?
Well, in this instance, it's the most effective way for aircraft assets that are organic to the aircraft carrier to receive their own fuel.
And if there's bad weather and an aircraft has to go around, the pilot of the aircraft that's having trouble getting down to the deck in bad weather is going to depend upon one of his fellow naval aviators with that basket on the hose.
Absolutely. It comes down to the team together to make sure that everyone gets the appropriate amount of fuel and everyone can safely get aboard and grab some eggs and mid-rats.
This has been done not only by small aircraft like this, but also the HC-130, the KC-130 Hercules from the Marine Corps. It can refuel Hornets as well.
That's correct. There are a variety of assets across the Department of Defense that all could be used to refuel the F-18.
Now, when you're doing that, that's a challenge for both aircraft, because there's a lot of air being pushed around and turbulence that both pilots have to overcome, especially the receiving aircraft. It's a tough job, isn't it?
100%. And that's why it's so important that we practice these routines and make them a part of the way that we train and fight for our missions, so that we can make sure that regardless of the day or night, we're able to perform. It's
really cool to have seen this today, because yesterday in our rehearsal show was the first time I've ever actually seen 2 aircraft doing the probe and drogue refueling method actually connected, and that's really cool. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you liking the Fleet Power demo so far? It is pretty cool. The precision maintained by Lieutenant Commander Richardson to maintain that steady position less than 10 feet from the tanker aircraft. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I direct your attention High and to your left, as the U.S. Navy MH-53 Sea Dragon helicopter from the Sea Dragons of HM-12, based at Naval Station Norfolk, approach Show Center to demonstrate a Special Operations Force tactical insertion. When given the green light, the leapfrogs of the U.S. Navy parachute team will jump off the helo's cargo ramp for a free fall jump. The leapfrogs are made up of active duty Navy SEALs, Special Warfare Combatant Craft crewmen, and support personnel. The HM designation was created in 1971 to designate Helicopter Mine Countermeasures Squadron. HM squadrons employ 28 total MH-53 Sea Dragon helicopters. Their primary mission of the Sea Dragon is airborne mine countermeasures. The MH-53 can operate from aircraft carriers, large amphibious ships, and the new Expeditionary Sea Base, and is capable of towing a variety of mine hunting and sweeping countermeasure systems. We've got jumpers away. As I mentioned earlier, it's also capable of carrying almost anything with an impressive maximum takeoff weight of 69,750 pounds. Let's watch as the leapfrogs approach. Coming down at about 22 miles per hour. These are very, very controllable flying wings or airfoils. 7 openings in the front. And if you look skyward, you can see 2 of the jumpers that may appear to have become entangled. That is not the case. That is something called canopy relative work. They have formed a 2-stack. First jumper is only about 500 feet above the ground. Oceana, let's make some noise. I was given a sweatshirt once, and I almost am embarrassed to wear it because it's about the U.S. Navy SEALs. And it says the only easy day was yesterday for the SEALs.
Absolutely.
Watch him work the steering lines. He'll pull down on both of them right at the last minute to put on the brakes. A tiptoe landing. Round of applause for the first jumper in. Now watch carefully as the 3 jumpers are on their way in. One of the jumpers has just cut away his parachute. 2 of them have just cut away their parachutes. There was a malfunction. They are now under their reserve chutes. This is something that they are always prepared for. Those 2 canopies became entangled. They are now coming down toward us. The jumpers are okay. They have smaller parachutes. They will do a run-on landing. The only thing I'm going to ask, ladies and gentlemen, is that if these canopies, no, I don't think they're going to be coming into the crowd. We'll be all right. These reserve canopies that are carried by each and every jumper are packed and repacked every 180 days, whether they are used or not. The canopies that have become entangled will be retrieved and used again. Nicely handled, gentlemen. Let's give it up for the SEALs. This very rarely happens. But in canopy relative work, you notice that was happening a great distance above the ground. It's the kind of thing that the SEALs and any parachutist involved in canopy relative work is any parachutist is able to think about and handle an emergency to cut away that main parachute. As the Navy Leapfrogs banner comes in, all jumpers on the ground safe. Way to go, you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have seen here today is not only the most visible part, but makes Navy a lethal naval force in history. Today's Navy is a diverse and cohesive combat team consisting of nearly 330,000 volunteer sailors hailing from every corner of our country. They represent the very best and brightest of our nation and carrying on a proud naval tradition that started on October 13th, 1775. They stand ready to answer our nation's call anytime, any place, against any enemy. Lieutenant Commander Richardson has now called for the join-up of all 6 rhinos for our fleet flyby as a humble salute to the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Guardians, and Marines who have gone before us, and those who currently are deployed around the world. The flyby we're about to see serves as a tribute to their patriotism and their sacrifice, and also to the families who, by their unwavering support, made that service possible. Shortly from the right, you'll see the precision of the 6 FA-18s who will be approaching in tight formation. And as they approach and pass by, we humbly ask that you take a moment to reflect on the sacrifices of those proud Americans. distinguishing part of naval aviation that sets carrier-based naval aviators apart from other pilots is the fact that after every mission, they must return to perform the difficult task of landing on the pitching deck of an aircraft carrier day and night, regardless of the weather. The skill, concentration, and simple grit required to conduct such a dangerous task after a 7-hour combat mission demands that only the very best are afforded the privilege of calling themselves carrier-based naval aviators. The naval aviators who have had the pleasure of presenting you today's demonstration are all combat-proven aviators with hundreds of arrested carrier landings and who have flown actual combat missions over the hostile skies of Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. The tactical maneuvers you witnessed this afternoon are actual tactics that are employed by fleet naval aviators every day in training and combat. Now, what we're going to see next, Ken, is these aircraft all together, close together, but then they're going to do the carrier brake. Would you like to describe how that works?
Absolutely. The carrier brake is the way that the jets will orient themselves in order to get themselves aligned with the carrier environment and ultimately come back down to land.
So they're close together. They'll break one at a time, and it says 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, something like that?
Exactly right. As each member of the formation breaks, the next member will break seconds later in order to ensure a disciplined 15 to 18-second groove length and pattern between the aircraft that are landing.
Then they will make a very, very hard turn, bleed off our airspeed, get to the speed, 275 nautical miles per hour. That's just a little over 300 miles an hour to lower the landing gear.
That's right. Once they have the appropriate speed, we'll be able to lower the landing gear, set our flaps, run our landing checklist, and get the aircraft safely back on deck.
And that includes the use of the tail hook to catch one of either 3 or 4 wires or cables. And they say wires, they're about 2 inches in diameter.
They sure are. They're pretty hefty. Today we'll be using the runway in order to slow the aircraft down, apply our brakes, and get clear. But on board the aircraft carrier, those tail hooks will come in very handy as we try and grab a wire and stop the aircraft in a matter of only 100 feet instead of thousands.
Now, when I landed my little airplane here on Thursday, I came through and I saw something that I had heard about, and I finally actually flew part of the approach on the ball. You want to explain that whole deal with the ball? And since you're the CAG paddles, and well, tell us where paddles came from.
Absolutely. So I'm an air wing landing signals officer. It's my responsibility to supervise and overall land all of the aircraft in the carrier environment. The ball is colloquially known as an optical landing aid that the pilots will reference to recognize whether they are above, below, or on glide slope. On board the aircraft carrier, we're targeting an effective 3-degree glide slope as we're flying through the air. And if the pilot gets too far outside of deviations, we'll wave that pilot off and he'll come around for another attempt.
And as paddles, that back in World War II, they didn't have that optical landing system, and as a result, they needed a visual way for the pilots to properly line up.
That's right, Rob. The paddles back in the day during World War II would use physical red paddles in order to wave the aircraft down and show the pilot where he was using his visual aids. However, as aircraft became faster during the dawn of the jet age, it simply became too unreasonable for the pilot to look that far out in advance to recognize where his parameters were. As a result, we came up with the optical landing aid, the meatball, that shows the pilot where he is on glide slope at all times.
And we'll hear radio calls a little bit later on in the FA-18 Super Hornet demonstration. We'll actually hear the kind of radio calls that go on between the LSO or paddles, you, and the pilot of the Super Hornet or other aircraft that's preparing to land.
That's absolutely correct, Rob. We'll be looking at the aircraft throughout the entire portion of the pass to make sure that pilot is safe and gets aboard quickly.
Let's watch for the carrier brake, coming in about 350 miles an hour. Now, when you come around, do you start coming off the power right away when you make that turn?
As each of those pilots goes into the brake, as they turn 180 degrees away from the intended direction of landing, you'll be coming back to idle and selecting the speed brakes out to decelerate and get the aircraft below the landing gear and flap speed in order to configure safely and expeditiously for landing.
So that first bank and that first hard pull, you're doing that full power, huh?
As you go into the brake, you'll reduce that power back to idle in order to start decelerating.
Now I'm watching these guys, and it appears that they're going to be able to make this landing pretty well, but they're still close together. How often can you land a jet on the landing area, catching a wire and getting ready for the next one? What's the interval?
Here at the field, there's going to be a little bit of a tighter interval. However, on the aircraft carrier, we're targeting 55 to 60 seconds in between aircraft landing and being able to catch the next one.
So the tail hook catches the jet. The jet puts full throttle just in case there's a bolter.
That's correct.
But if they catch it, then what happens is touchdown, they come off the power, there's somebody on the deck waving them, they pull the hook up, they get out of the way, they reset that cable. So it's a huge job both on deck and underneath, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that's why it's so important to be part of a well-choreographed and well-practiced team in order to make sure that we can execute seamlessly. It's almost like watching a beautiful ballet on the aircraft carrier.
Wow. To do that, and when I said under the deck, there are some technicians under there that are setting some holdback tension on the cable on the deck.
That's absolutely correct, Rob. So as we set the resistance for each of those wires, it is custom fit for each of the aircraft that will be landing on board to make sure that the appropriate amount of resistance is metered out to each aircraft as it lands to decelerate it safely and expeditiously.
This is amazing to see, to have heard how noisy they were and hear how quiet they are now. That's pretty cool. And as the aircraft roll out, Lieutenant Commander Richardson will lead this year's Fleet Air Power demonstration team for a showline taxi to wave thanks for your support. So as they taxi by, once they get connected up the other end of the runway, I hope you'll wave back to Lieutenant Commander Gilson, Lieutenant Commander Pereira, Commander Stroud and Wadlick, Lieutenant Commander Wilkening, Lieutenant Rooney, Lieutenant Healy, and Lieutenant Jabali. I have a safety announcement that I'd like to make at this time. Attention, Linda White. Please report, if you will, to the nearest, or contact the nearest security or medical personnel. Linda White, please contact the nearest security or medical personnel. Before we bring the Fleet Air Power demonstration aircraft by for their flyby, I want to introduce a gentleman who is a retired Navy Rear Admiral. Admiral Robert Bianchi. He is the CEO of NEXCOM, and it's Admiral, nice to see you, sir. Thanks for coming up. How are you, sir?
Hey, I am wonderful.
I understand that the Navy Exchange is a lead sponsor here of this year's show. Can you explain what that means and what that entails?
Yeah, we're absolutely excited to be partnering this year with our colleagues with the MWR and, of course, with NAS Oceana leadership. Given our connections with vendors and local community leaders, we stepped up and said, hey, we can help out with the show.
Pretty cool stuff that you can do. You can make that happen. There's a lot going on, a lot of entertainment. What are some of the things that are going on?
Yeah, well, in addition to the fantastic stuff that's going on in the air, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on ashore here, right? We have over 70 local vendors that we brought in today to provide all kinds of great food, all kinds of memorabilia and so on. We've even got a bunch of very famous local folks like Oni Tony and Coastal Edge and other vendors here. And I really want to take a moment to give a quick shout out to our friends at Westminster Canterbury who are watching us online right now.
Oh, that's cool.
There is a live watch party going on, bigger than Bachelor. It's not the Bachelor Nation, it's the Air Show Nation.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
You know, we all know that Oceana's Air Show is considered to be, if you will, the Navy's largest open house in North America. And some talk about competition with Miramar, and now a Marine Corps air station out in San Diego, coined as the largest military air show. I announced that show as well. But does NEXCOM have plans to anchor other air shows like the one in San Diego?
Well, you know, we all know that Oceana is really the best one.
This is the master jet base. Are you
absolutely.
kidding?
Go Navy. But, you know, our brethren, our Marine Corps, we're always happy to partner with them. And we would certainly be happy to step up and help them out and be an anchor for one of their air shows as well.
Admiral Bianchi, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate it. Thanks to NEXCOM and sponsoring this show. This is one, I've been doing this show for a dozen years or more, and it is always one of my favorite shows any place. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much. This is why we serve. It's for days like this, so we're proud to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a nice round of applause, if you will, for Rear Admiral Robert Bianchi, CEO of NEXCOM. Once again, on behalf of Captain Ted Ricardella, the commander of Strike Fighter Wing Atlantic, and Captain Bob Holmes, commanding officer here at Naval Air Station Oceana, we thank you for the privilege of presenting to you the 2022 Fleet Air Power Demonstration. And Ken Sauce, thank you very much. Sure appreciate your being here and helping coordinate this thing. Nice work.
Thank you very much, Rob. Appreciate the time, and fly Navy.
Yes, indeed. Look to the left, everybody. The smoke is on. I want you to look at that takeoff. You will never see anything else like this anywhere as Skip Stewart flies the fuselage of his muscle biplane called Prometheus with the tail dragging just feet from the runway. He'll pick up speed and climb into the sky for a bone-crushing power aerobatics demonstration for you here at Oceana today. With a 400 horsepower motor, Skip Stewart has only begun to show you just how incredibly talented he is flying this airplane that he helped build himself. Let's watch. It's Skip Stewart. That's the double hammerhead. Oh, recovering inverted with 6 times the force of gravity. Now 10 times pulling straight up into the vertical and over the top. Snap rolling, 1, 2, 3 times around, a triple avalanche. Reaching speeds of around 200 miles per hour. This gentleman has proven himself as one of the best pilots in all of the North American Air Show circuit. Prometheus is the name of the airplane, and he has won so many awards, including the Bill Barber Award for Air Show Showmanship and the Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award. Keep your eyes on this guy. It's a brutal display. The world's smallest inside loop as he holds the nose skyward and slows it down to about 40 miles per hour. Now accelerating that roll rate, throwing that stick over hard left. He'll push forward on the stick and gain some speed. Out in front of you, if you look carefully, you can see 3 different sets of poles out there. They are about 40 feet apart. They are about 22 feet high, and checking it out right now at Show Center in the slider with a snap roll to the outside and going back into sliding flight. Skip Stewart is checking out the placement of those ribbons, where he's going to demonstrate his ability as a pilot to do an incredible triple ribbon cut coming up. He's now. Skip's gonna set things on fire as well. Now, if you check out the ribbons, watch him. Skip is gonna go under those ribbons. The lower ribbon on each of those sets of poles is only about 16 feet above the ground. Watch as he approaches from the right, and he rolls the airplane over on its... No, he stays upright with the wheels just feet away as he goes through all 3 sets of ribbons right underneath. What skill. A gentleman who flies the MD-11 as a captain for FedEx Airlines. This is not how he flies packages, I guarantee you that. Now let's watch as he sets up for the second pass. He rolls inverted. He'll cut the top ribbon off that one. The top ribbon off that one. And the top ribbon off the third one. How about that, Oceana? With only a few feet in between the top and bottom ribbons, he's so skilled. Even with the breeze at about 10 miles an hour, he's got his airplane under total control. The pole holders are still out there. Let's watch him now as Skip goes underneath ribbon number 1. He goes up into a knife edge descent over the top of the second ribbon, and watch for the third as he gets ready to cut in knife edge. He goes after that bottom ribbon. There's the money shot. How about that? He did it. Now there are 2 ribbons left, the center and the show left ribbon. Watch Skip as he climbs up. This is the most dangerous kind of descent to do, because this will be a knife edge descent with the wings generating very, very little lift. Very little lift, I should say. It's all power and hand-eye coordination using the rudder. He's going to come back and get those remaining 2 ribbons. He goes from left knife edge, gets that ribbon, goes to right knife edge to cut through, and he gets it again. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Give it up for Skip Stewart from Memphis, Tennessee. He wants to thank his great sponsors, Lycon Custom Engines, Whirlwind Propellers, Airflow Performance, Sarasota Avionics, Concord Batteries, Oregon Aero, Softy Parachutes, as he slows the airplane down in a hover and holds it there for about 15 seconds. B&C Alternators, Horizon Hobby, Aerographics.com, Hawk Racing Apparel, SkyTech Starters, 3W Model Aircraft Engines, Emco Tech, Sarnman Aero Works, SAW, Wymo Quality, High Quality Model Aircraft, and Lynx Livery. You can check out Skip Stewart on Facebook. Become friends with him on Facebook. Go to facebook.com/Skip Stewart Air Shows. Stewart is spelled S-T-E-W-A-R-T. Now, a couple of years ago, here at the show, the guys from Firewalkers Pyro set off a huge bomb that formed a smoke ring. Skip Stewart approaching from the left. Let's watch now. If you got video cameras going, get them going right away as Skip hides behind some of the trees. We're waiting for another blast of pyro from Rick Sarge Myers and his team. flying the fuselage again. Skip Stewart takes this airplane apart and totally rebuilds it every year to have the confidence in not only his own ability, but the trust that the airplane that he has worked so hard on will perform to its maximum capabilities each and every time he sits down and takes off for this incredible display. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we just got word. Watch out in front. Now look at that. Now, if this all works correctly, it's going to form a big smoke ring. And Skip Stewart's going to take advantage of it. You can see the smoke ring forming. And right through the middle. And he's not done yet, folks. That's twice. Now watch him roll it over on its back. Now he's going to do a Cuban 8 through it. Oh, look at that pull. Look at that pull. Look at that pull. He got there. This smoke ring is now visible for about 100 square miles right now with its altitude. Oh, it's a good one. It appears that the only issue here will be how much gas Skip Stewart has in the tanks, because he doesn't look like he's getting tired of this at all. I've only seen this done once before in all of my travels, and that's over 300 shows that I've done since 2006, and it happened here in 2019, and he's doing it again. Looks like he's out of air show smoke. Ladies and gentlemen, he is finished. I want you to give the biggest hoot and holler for Skip Stewart and Fireworkers International Pyro. I can't hear you! Oh, that is so cool. He's going to land here in just a little bit. That is really such an incredibly impressive demo. Oh, my goodness, he's going to land. All that smoke coming from a 1943 Beechcraft Kansan. It was used as a trainer in World War II. It was used as a light cargo aircraft in World War II. It was used as a liaison aircraft in World War II. And after World War II, and for many years afterwards, it became a corporate aircraft, if you will, kind of the Learjet of its day. But Matt Youngkin is the pilot. He is a third-generation pilot. His grandfather, the late Jim Youngkin, developed the True Track and Century autopilots that have been used by aircraft pilots all over the world for generations. His dad, Bobby Youngkin, was one of the best-known air show flyers in the world, and now, after having flown more than 80 different types of aircraft, Matt Youngkin flies this Twin Beech, an aircraft that was never, ever designed to go upside down to do it so very, very well. He will never exceed 3 positive Gs at any point throughout this display. The two 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney radial engines make the sound of sonic booms as the propeller tips go supersonic. Let's just watch the artistry of Matt Youngkin, the Bill Barber Award for Showmanship winner and the Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship winner. Now Matt will bring it back around once more to demonstrate the accuracy and the precision with which he can handle this particular aircraft. With all the ones that he has flown, Matt has made his biggest impression on air show audiences all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, with the 8-point roll, Matt Janken. Let's watch Matt as the nose comes up to do his rolling pass. This airplane weighs 6,000 pounds, and it is handled so gracefully and gently, it just doesn't seem possible that it could be that heavy an airplane. He wants to thank Tulsa Aircraft Engines, Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance, Fagan Fighters Restoration, the Hartzell Propeller Company, Quality Aircraft Accessories, ACF-50 Aircraft Lubricants, Apogee Investments, and more to be read later. Get your cameras ready. As Matt approaches from the right for a photo pass, he'll put it on the left wing and bank sharply right in front of us to get a great picture of this twin beach. Now watch him as he rolls upside down. You may have seen the wheels come out. This is one of those times where the aircraft is now extremely difficult to handle because that landing gear causes a lot of drag, and the turbulence in the wheel wells also forces the aircraft to have some problems. But let's watch him as he approaches for what we call the baby elephant waltz. A less talented pilot would have this airplane falling out of the sky, but not Matt Janken, exceeding 90 degrees of bank in an aircraft that he has named Miss Ellie, after the elephant in Walt Disney's film Dumbo. How about a big round of applause for Matt Janken? And he's not finished yet. He's going to come back around for a slow speed pass down at only about 60 miles per hour. He also wants to thank Concord Battery, David Clark headsets as well. My choice of headsets for flying. The DC-1X noise canceling headset is just absolutely fantastic. He also wants to thank Davis Field Aviation, Eagle Fuel Cells, the Goodyear Tire Company, Tulsa Aircraft Engines, I think we told you about, Hooker Harness, Lift Aviation, McFarland Aviation Services, and Watch Matt. This, as I mentioned, 6,000 pounds, slowing it down to about, 60 miles an hour or so, right above the stall speed. Congratulations to Matt Youngkin on a spectacular performance. Ladies and gentlemen of Virginia Beach and Oceana, a big round of applause. Final time for Matt Youngkin. He also wants to thank among his sponsors Oregon Aero, Pacific Oil Coolers, Parker Stratoflex Aircraft Hoses, PS Engineering for his aircraft intercom, Skyox Portable Oxygen Systems, Softy Emergency Parachutes, Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, and Westfall Aviation. And he'll be bringing it into land and taxiing by the crowd. The Twin Beach that was in constant production since the early 1940s. And Jeff Gibbs, when did they stop making this airplane, do you recall?
67?
About 1967, after building, what, 7,000 or so of these things, right? Pretty amazing. Jeff Gibbs is Matt's crew chief and mechanic, and helps him get this airplane from one place to another. An airplane that dates back to 1943, almost 80 years old, and still flies so beautifully. Thank you, Matt Youngkin, very, very much for a very nice performance. On the left, I want you to watch and listen. Another radial piston engine. This one, though, developing 2,000 horsepower. Mark Hubbard, the pilot of the Chance Vaught F4U Corsair and the Pratt & Whitney R2800 radial engine. Let's listen. You're Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to turn the microphone over to Peaches. No, not just Peaches, but a guy named, whose call sign is Peaches, Ryan Garcia from, Lieutenant Ryan Garcia from the FA-18 Super Hornet demonstration team. Peaches, you got stuff going on. It's all yours, my friend.
All right, passing the mic as this F-18 or 35. What is this going on right here? Look to the left here. We got an F-35 taking off, going up to high holding. They're going to be playing with us in just a little bit. We'll give it a second and let the other one take off as well. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lieutenant Ryan Garcia, call sign Peaches, and on behalf of the United States Navy, we are proud to present the Rhino Demo Team. The demo flight profile highlights the mobility, versatility, and power of the most lethal carrier-based strike fighter aircraft in the world, the FA-18 Super Hornet, nicknamed the Rhino. The aircraft performing today is the F model, the two-seat variant of the Super Hornet. In today's demonstration, Lieutenant Commander Zach Drum, call sign Plattles, from Winter Haven, Florida, and Weapons Systems Officer Tyler Spazzato, call sign Spud, from Coshocton, Ohio, will fly the FA-18 to the edge of its operating envelope. During the show, the aircrew will experience nearly 8 times the force of gravity, accelerate to speeds up to 700 miles per hour, and show the maneuvering capability of the aircraft. Many of the maneuvers seen today will demonstrate the aircraft's capabilities being employed by naval aviators both in training and in combat. On takeoff, watch as Plato selects maximum afterburner, rolls the aircraft 360 degrees while cleaning the gear and flaps up, immediately followed by Cuban 8. Plattles and Spud, you are cleared for takeoff. setting up for the flat pirouette where they will demonstrate the Super Hornet's unique ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. Watch as they execute a maximum performance loop away from the crowd, and even at slow speed, Plattles is able to rotate the nose 180 degrees parallel to the ground. Plattles and Spud are now setting up for the minimum radius turn to the tail stand. Plattles will select max afterburner, set a 90-degree angle of bank, and hold 7.5 Gs for 360 degrees of turn. At the end of the minimum radius turn, watch as Plattles sets a max performance pull into the vertical, followed by a negative 2G pushover to level flight. And ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Super Hornet minimum radius turn. Aircrew now setting up for the high-speed pass. During this maneuver, they will approach show center 200 feet at nearly Mach 1.0, or just under 750 miles per hour. You may notice the white vapor coming off the aircraft, indicating that it is close to the speed of sound. Plattles and Spud will demonstrate the power of the F414 GE 400 engines, and maximum afterburner of the motors combined to produce over 41,000 pounds of thrust while burning 60,000 pounds of fuel per hour. And Max 8B, all internal fuel will be depleted in approximately 13 minutes.
Okay, you guys, get ready to call to speed. You are hot on the PA.
Ladies and gentlemen, as they approach from the right, let's see if we can get Spud on the radio, see how fast they're going.
625. 650. 655.
As they pull directly into the vertical, the next maneuver is the vertical pirouette. Approaching show center 400 miles per hour, Plattles and Spud will pull the aircraft into the vertical, roll the canopy towards the crowd. At the top, the aircrew will push the nose below the horizon, then pull the nose back above the horizon before yawing the aircraft without ever taking its canopy off the crowd. The ability to rapidly swap nose and tail position gives the Super Hornet a distinct advantage in the air-to-air arena of a dogfight. Approaching in from the left, Plattles in the vertical pirouette. Plattles and Spud are now setting up for the square loop as the Super Hornet approaches its show center 350 miles per hour. Plattles will rapidly reposition the nose 4 times, flying a square path through the sky. The aircrew are now setting up for the inverted whisper pass as Plattles and Spud approach show center at 500 feet. They will reduce the throttles to idle power and roll the aircraft inverted. It takes a lot of concentration to fly upside down while hanging from the straps in your harness. Notice how quiet the aircraft is as it passes in front of you at over 500 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the inverted whisper pass. Shh. Anyone see him? I can't hear anything. Plattles and Spud are now setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will show you the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt to maneuver at such slow speed and high angle of attack. However, the Super Hornet's 2 digital flight control computers allow it to remain completely controllable while flying at less than 120 miles per hour. In some dogfights, the ability to fly slowly is more important than being able to fly fast, since this allows the Super Hornet to get behind another aircraft and employ weapons. As they approach in from show left, we'll go back to the cockpit to hear Spud call out the ground speed. All right, Spud, tell us how slow you can go.
Hey, Plattles, how slow are you going, buddy?
25 Alpha, 100 knots ground. 26 Alpha.
Reach in, they're reporting back at 118 knots.
Hold that 99
We're holding at 28 Alpha and 100 knots across the ground. 98 knots. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as they recover from their split, as Plattles and Spud will perform a pitch rate demonstration maneuver to showcase the Super Hornet excellent pitch authority with 90 and then a 40-degree turn. Ladies and gentlemen, as the aircraft approaches from the right, if you're enjoying the performance so far, make some noise for Plattles and Spud as they approach show center. The job of a naval aviator is not complete until the aircraft is back aboard is floating home, and we take great professional pride in our unique ability to land aboard a 100,000-ton U.S. Navy aircraft carrier. This takes an incredible amount of teamwork to launch and recover aircraft from a moving ship, and this capability allows the U.S. to project power from the sea anywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, the carrier brake. Even though an aircraft carrier is 1,100 feet long, from the air it appears as small as a postage stamp. In order to land in an area 1/10 the length of a normal-sized runway, carrier aviators must touch down between 4 wires stretched across the deck of the ship. To do this, we use an optical landing system commonly referred to as the ball. During the final portion of the approach, the aircrew and landing signals officer, known as paddles, work together to get the aircraft safely aboard. As they approach on their beam, we'll listen into the radio for the final call with paddles. Alrighty, get your cameras ready. Paddles and Spud are now setting up for the photo pass. The aircraft will pass its show center in a 90-degree angle of bank at 200 feet and 700 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the right, dropping in from 3,000 feet down to 200, the Super Hornet photo pass. The F-A-18 you see here today is one actually used to train pilots and WIZOs at Strike Fighter Squadron 106, based at Naval Air Station Oceana in Virginia Beach, Virginia, as you know. Paddles and Spud serve as instructors, teaching new aircrew how to fly and tactically employ the Super Hornet. Currently, there are 33 operational Super Hornet squadrons in the Navy defending freedom and democracy around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to present the Navy Tailhook Legacy Flight Demonstration. For over 107 years, naval aviation has been at the tip of the spear defending our nation, while also at the forefront of technological advances which have made our country great. From the courageous pilots who proved that an aircraft could take off and land from ships at sea to the naval air crews who are taking the fight to the enemy today, a long legacy of excellence and perseverance precedes them. What you're about to witness is dedicated to keeping naval aviation's ties to its proud legacy alive and well. Tailhook Legacy flight pairs venerable warbirds from our Navy's past with a high-tech weapons system known as the FA-18 Super Hornet. Through these unique and dynamic formation flight demonstrations, we aim to inspire the best and brightest of the next generation of young Americans to join the ranks of naval aviation. Get your cameras ready. We got a Corsair F-35 and F-18 approaching from the right. Through the hard work and dedication of private individuals and nonprofits, many of these glorious warbirds are still flying today. The pilots and maintainers play a critical role in keeping the history of naval aviation actively flying for all to see. During the air show season, several different vintage warbirds participate in Tailhook Legacy flights. Some are the only flying example of their type in the world today. Approaching in from the left at 300 feet, the F-4E Corsair F-35 Charlie and the FA-18 Foxtrot Super Hornet for the flat pass. In its early years, naval air power played the second fiddle to the great dreadnought of the high seas, the battleship. Scouting for enemy ships was the limit of the new aircraft's mission. During World War II, at the battles of the Coral Sea and Midway, projecting power from aircraft carriers shaped the future of naval combat. Through the inspired heroism of a handful of naval aviators, two of the most decisive sea battles of the Pacific War were won. By the end of the conflict, the aircraft carrier and her air wing replaced the battleship as the dominant weapon of naval warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, approaching from the front, directly in front of you, we have the three aircraft approaching for the head-on pass. The FA-18 Foxtrot Super Hornet is the premier all-weather strike fighter of today. It fills several roles in the carrier air wing and gives the strike group commander the flexibility needed to engage any threat he or she may face. The mission of the Rhino include air superiority, fighter escort, suppression of enemy air defenses, all-weather, day and night precision strike, tactical reconnaissance, and aerial refueling. The Rhino exemplifies our military's might and is a key reason you can sleep soundly knowing that the U.S. Navy truly owns the night. Ladies and gentlemen, three aircraft approaching from behind the cloud for the breakup pass. Ready, ready, break. Ready, ready, pool. Gentlemen, that never gets old. It takes many talented and dedicated young men and women to maintain, fix, and fly these aircraft. Help us thank the entire Rhino Demo maintenance team and our maintenance professionals here at the show. They are 81 Brandon Rudabottom from Halifax, Nova Scotia, 81 Adam Hamid from Cleveland, Ohio, 82 Jordan Mitchell from Middleton, Idaho, 82 Gerard Turi from North Bergen, New Jersey, AO2 Trevian Willis from Thomasville, Georgia, and AME2 Emily Hopkins from my hometown of Houston, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire United States Navy, we thank you for allowing us to demonstrate the capabilities of the FA-18 Super Hornet.
Nice job, Peaches. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your United States Navy's FA-18 Super Hornet demonstration and the legacy flight. Now, coming up, Lieutenant Commander Jiggle Slater is going to be telling you all about the F-35 Lightning II. This airplane that you're seeing today is one of over 600 that are flying that have been put into commission by the United States Air Force, the United States Marine Corps, and the United States Navy. Today, we see the Navy's version. And Danny, how about that? We are so excited. What we've seen and heard thus far is very exciting. I bet you're thrilled to be here with the F-35C Lightning II.
Absolutely, Rob. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's performance by the U.S. Navy's 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft, the F-35C Lightning II. Lieutenant Commander Joe Calvi, call sign 811, will be at the controls for this performance as he demonstrates the incredible flying characteristics of the F-35. With over 12 years of military and civilian flying experience, 811 will be sure to put on a great show for you here today. Joining during the U.S. Navy Legacy flight was Lieutenant Brian Willie Galanka. Serving as ground safety officer, we have Captain Matt Blower-Jackson. And as your narrator today is myself, Lieutenant Commander Danny Jiggle Slater. All the F-35 pilots here in Oceana, in addition to flying for the demonstration team, are instructor pilots at Strike Fighter Squadron 125, the Rough Raiders, based at Naval Air Station Lemoore, California. As the Navy's only F-35C fleet replacement squadron, our mission is to train and equip Navy and Marine Corps pilots and maintenance personnel to operate and sustain this amazing warfighting machine. The F-35C is the Navy's variant of the Joint Strike Fighter. It is the only fifth-generation aircraft in the Navy's inventory and combines stealth with sensor fusion to increase the lethality and survivability of the carrier air wing. The C model differs from the other F-35 variants with its wider wings, increased fuel capacity, added ailerons, and enhanced landing gear, all of which accommodate the often violent recovery onboard aircraft carriers at sea. Lieutenant Commander Calvi now completes his final pre-performance checks before taking to the skies over NAS Oceana. And we're ready. From the left, watch as Lieutenant Commander Calvi engages full afterburner, accelerates in front of the crowd, and starts a near vertical climb. At this power setting, the F-35C's astounding Pratt & Whitney power plant is generating 43,000 pounds of thrust. Go. Ladies and gentlemen, the F-35C Lightning II. Now, get your cameras ready and look to the right as 811 brings the F-35C in for the photo pass. Here you will hear and feel the thunder of his Pratt & Whitney engine as he passes show center and max afterburner. Take note of how smooth the aircraft cuts through the air as Lieutenant Commander Calvi provides you with a stellar planform view of this incredible stealth fighter. From the right, on a knife's edge, the F-35C photo pass. Now, to demonstrate the agility of the F-35C, Lieutenant Commander Calvi will approach for a tactical pitch. From a speed of 300 miles per hour, 811 will select full afterburner, rolling the aircraft into a 90-degree angle bank turn and showcase the extreme handling characteristics of the F-35 at slow speed and high angles of attack. He will then climb into the vertical, demonstrating the sheer power of the Lightning II as he accelerates away from the ground. From the left, the F-35C's tactical pitch. Now, from the right, 811 will bring the Lightning II in for the 4-point roll. Flying at 300 feet and 350 knots, watch as the aircraft rolls 90 degrees at a time until it is once again fully upright. After which, Lieutenant Commander Calvi will select max afterburner, perform a tuck under roll, and set up for the next maneuver. From the right, this is the 4-point roll. Next, look to your left as 811 brings the F-35C in for the carrier break at 500 feet and 500 knots. What you just saw is called the carrier break, and it's how fighter jets enter the landing pattern out at sea. After approaching the ship at a high rate of speed and executing a hard turn to deplete his aircraft of excess airspeed, 811 will lower the landing gear and go through his landing checks. Unlike most aircraft where the pilot flares to land as smooth as possible, Navy jets land at approximately 750 feet per minute rate of descent, aiming for an extremely small spot on the flight deck. This is 3 times as hard as a commercial airplane lands and is executed with tremendous precision. Pay attention at touchdown, and you'll see puffs of white smoke come off the tires. Ladies and gentlemen, the carrier break, touch and go. The F-35C is authorized to carry advanced, medium, and short-range air-to-air missiles, including the AIM-120 and AIM-9, as well as a variety of GPS and laser-guided air-to-surface bombs. To maintain its stealth profile, however, these weapons are carried inside 2 internal weapons bays. As Lieutenant Commander Calvi approaches from our right, he will cycle these weapons bays, giving you a rare look where those bombs and missiles hide from the enemy. From the right, take a look at the F-35's weapon bay door pass. (811) is now turning inbound for our slow flight demonstration, the High Alpha Pass. One of the distinct advantages of the F-35C model is its larger wings and control surfaces and added ailerons. These attributes make the aircraft extremely maneuverable at slow airspeeds. As Lieutenant Commander Calvi carefully works to slow the jet down, you'll notice the control surfaces rapidly fluctuate to account for the extremely small changes needed to keep the jet flying level at this speed. Watch as the aircraft slows to nearly 100 miles per hour. After passing show center, Lieutenant Commander Calvi will select max afterburner, climb away from the deck, and set up for the next maneuver. Now that you've seen how slow we can go, let's show you the opposite side of the spectrum. 811 is now setting up for the high-speed pass. Pulling 6 Gs to turn back toward the show line, he will approach show center at 200 feet and 0.95 Mach. You may notice white vapor surrounding the aircraft, indicating it is approaching the speed of sound at nearly 750 miles per hour. This ability to ingress at low altitudes and high speeds enable aircrew to avoid detection and preserve the element of surprise, a tactic you may remember from Top Gun Maverick. This one's for you, Oceana. From the right, the F-35C high-speed pass. Lieutenant Commander Calvi will now quickly reposition his aircraft for a minimum radius turn, right here at Show Center. During this turn, he will be pressed into the seat with a force up to 7.5 times the force of gravity. To put that in perspective, during this maneuver, 811's body will feel close to 1,400 pounds. The F-35C can execute extremely tight turns to quickly point its nose at will during a dogfighting engagement. In this full turn, the F-35C has a turn radius of less than 1,200 feet, giving us a tremendous advantage over the adversary. From the left, get ready for the minimum radius turn. Lieutenant Commander Calvi is now positioning for his final maneuver of today's performance as he approaches from the right for one last tactical pitch. He will use this tight turning capability to gain altitude and slow the aircraft down. Oceana, from the right, the F-35C's final maneuver, the tactical pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Lieutenant Brian Willie Galanka, nice enough to give us a high-speed sneak pass before joining up with Lieutenant Commander Calvi to come in for the section carrier break. Oceana, we hope you've enjoyed today's performance by the Navy's newest frontline fighter, the F-35C Lightning II, piloted by Joe 811 Calvi and Brian Willie Galanka. Together with the F-18 Super Hornet, EA-18G Growler, and early warning E-2D Hawkeye platform, the F-35C fuses a team that is unmatched in the world today. The Rough Raiders of Strike Fighter Squadron 125 thank you for your support and encourage you to tag pictures or videos on our Instagram handle, F-35C_demo team. We also welcome you to visit with myself, Lieutenant Commander Calvi, Lieutenant Galanka, and Captain Jackson, as well as our maintenance team later in today's event. There you'll be able to find answers to questions about the F-35C, naval aviation, or the many opportunities to serve in your United States Navy. On behalf of the Navy Legacy Flight Foundation, the commanding officer of VFA 125, Captain Chad Hyriggs, and all the men and women of the United States Navy, we thank you, and as always, God bless America.
Oh, Danny Slater, you got it right, sir. Congratulations. Nice job, partner. Nice job. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the F-35 Lightning II. What a remarkable airplane that is. And 811 at the controls. We've got so much more to come, and we don't want you to miss any of it. But we do want to thank some very important people. Our sponsors, who have made such a difference for us. Hall Automotive is a member of the local community. Hall Ram is proud to support our military families.
You're watching the 2022 NAS Oceana Air Show, Back to the Beach, anchored by the Navy Exchange and MWR.
We know you have to hustle to make it all work. And that's why you get benefits here that you won't find anywhere else. And best of all, 100% of profits go to support Navy families. Because everywhere else, you're just a customer.
Welcome back to the 2022 NAS Oceana Air Show, Back to the Beach, anchored by the Navy Exchange and MWR.
AT&T 5G and AT&T Active Armor Mobile Security. Stop by and see the folks at AT&T for more info. Great sponsors that keep it going here at the 2022 NAS Oceana Air Show. Still to come, Mike Goulian, the Hot Streak 2 jet-powered truck, believe it or not. And then at 3 o'clock, the Blue Angels. So timing is getting close. If you have not made plans, you might take a moment pretty soon here to make sure you get an extra dose of sunscreen so you don't get burned, and stay hydrated as well. The F-35A, B, and C are such advanced aircraft. They employ something known as sensor fusion, which enables the pilot to have high data rate transfer among any number of F-35s, be they domestic from the United States military or our partner nations. And there is another part of this, and I did not hear if Jiggles talked about this or not, but the helmet that is worn by the pilot is, well, probably costs more than your house. It's about a $400,000 helmet that is fitted specifically to the pilot, and projected in that helmet onto the visor is all the pertinent flight information that used to be projected on a heads-up display out in front of the pilot. There are also 6 cameras on the bottom of that aircraft, which enable the pilot, if he or she wants to look straight down through the floorboard and see the ground, not the inside of the cockpit. It is an amazingly advanced aircraft. Michael Goulian coming up in a bit, so stay with us. As the F-35s taxi by, you can see the wings folded up just like they've been doing on aircraft carriers since World War II to make more room aboard the deck of the carrier to get more planes there. Navy Federal Credit Union is a proud sponsor of the NAS Oceana Air Show. At Navy Federal, our members are the mission. Stop by our booth today to see how Navy Federal can best serve you. Prevalence provides high-value professional services to a cost-conscious world. We help our clients visualize their future, simplify their challenges, maximize their profitability, and sustain their long-term success. In just a moment, our show will continue. We had hoped to have a flyby of the Grumman C-2 carrier onboard delivery aircraft, but for whatever reason, they had to cancel. So we're a couple of minutes away from our next act. And then if all works out, right on time at 3 o'clock for the Blue Angels.
You're watching the 2022 NAS Oceana Air Show, Back to the Beach, anchored by the Navy Exchange and MWR.
While some serve overseas,
Let's go.
others hold down the fort. We know you have to hustle to make it all work. And that's why you get benefits here that you won't find anywhere else. And best of all, 100% of profits go to support Navy families. Because everywhere else, you're just a customer.
Welcome back to the 2022 NAS Oceana Air Show, Back to the Beach, anchored by the Navy Exchange and MWR.
As Michael dives towards show center, that Hartzell Talon propeller, powered with a Lycoming Thunderbolt IO 580 engine, accelerates his airplane speed to over 250 miles per hour. Michael is known for giving his air show performance 110% every time he flies. And by the look of that entry, that's not about to change today. Oh, yeah, Mikey G, get after it. Aerospace Technologies is one of Michael's longtime partners. Wheelan Aerospace Technologies has been a leader in aviation lighting since 1952 and has proudly sponsored Goulian Aerosport since 2011. With a forward flip, Michael Goulian recovers. Watch him dive back down towards show center, putting the pedal to the metal, diving now at over 250 miles per hour. Now Michael dives towards show center. A long pull into this next maneuver. Ready, hit it. Fed Credit Union is a proud sponsor of Goulian Aerosports at air shows across North America. Since 1935, PenFed has provided some of the nation's best rates for loans and checking and savings for our military communities and families. Now everyone is eligible for great rates at PenFed. The sky's the limit in achieving your financial goals. PenFed wants to thank all the amazing fans and participants of this incredible event, and we're honored to take part and support. Did I hit it right, I hope? Performance and precision that Michael showed you today comes from his 30 years of intense training and competing in top-level regional, national, and global competitions. In fact, Michael has flown on 3 U.S. World Aerobatic teams and is a past national aerobatic champion. Only a few individuals have enjoyed the success that Michael has had in the air show industry, and he feels incredibly lucky and honored to be able to make a living flying aerial displays for incredible fans like you here at Oceana. Our team is only able to perform at the highest levels of the industry by partnering with very special companies. Wheelan Aerospace Technologies and PenFed Credit Union support Goulian Aerosports as co-primary partners. These two amazing companies allow Michael and his team to perform at extensive schedules of air shows from coast to coast each summer. To keep his extra 330 SC running at its peak performance, Michael relies on champion engine components, Lycoming engines, Hartzell propellers, and Bose aviation headsets. Michael also flies from show to show in a Cirrus SR-22, the amazing general aviation plane with a parachute. The Cirrus life allows Michael to be reunited with his family most Sunday evenings following a grueling air show weekend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look out in front because we're going to keep it moving here. I want you to look right out in front and making a big bunch of noise. The world's biggest Bic lighter. This is Hayden Profit II. It's Hot Streak 2, the jet-powered 57 Chevy pickup. Hayden Profit II is a gentleman who has been driving this truck for a number of years. He is the grandson of Hayden Profit, who set records with the NHRA. Now here's what's going to happen, everybody. Michael Goulian has stayed in the air after he finished his display after a brilliant performance. And give Michael Goulian a big round of applause, everybody. But right now, he is playing chicken with Hayden Profit II. Hayden Profit's granddad, as I mentioned, was a legendary Hall of Fame drag racer in the AHRA and the NHRA. And the truck he's got, called Hot Streak 2, has two Westinghouse J34 engines on it that were used in the North American T2 Buckeye jet trainer from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Between those two engines, 25,000 horsepower, and we are going to have a race. Michael Goulian will have a flying start. Hayden Profit will have a standing start. How about getting your eyes on the two craft as they prepare for this race? Michael Goulian coming in at over 200 miles per hour. Hayden Profit has gotten over 350 miles per hour in this very jet truck that you see here in front of you today. We're off, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch for the start. It's time for a race, and they're off. Michael Goulian far ahead at this point, but look at the acceleration of Hayden Profit as he gains quickly on Michael and scoots by. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, how about that for a great race? Almost a dead tie with Firewalkers International blowing off a 1,000-foot wall of fire. How about a big round of applause for Hayden Profit, Michael Goulian, and Firewalkers? Well, we've got a break in the action as we prepare for the United States Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron Blue Angels coming back here after a couple of year hiatus. ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the commanding officer here at Naval Air Station Oceana, Captain Bob Holmes. And Skipper, what an event that you and all your sailors here at Oceana have done for all of this community. Welcome. Thanks for welcoming us aboard.
Rob, thank you. It gives us a great pleasure to go ahead and have you, your team, and more importantly, all of our guests on board Naval Air Station Oceana today as we celebrate the return of our 2022 Air Show and the theme Back to the Beach.
It is an amazing community relationship that you have with the people of Virginia Beach. This is something that you don't always see at other military installations. This great partnership.
You know, I like to think that with our travel that we have had across the United States and really across the world, I think I can confidently agree with you, Rob, that the relationship that Naval Air Station Oceana, Dam Neck Annex, as well as Chesapeake's Naval Auxiliary Landing Field Fentress, the relationships that we have built here and continue to maintain on a daily basis with Virginia Beach and our partners in Chesapeake really can't be beat. They are rock solid. And, you know, what's more important about that is that if you have those strict foundational elements built, that they can go ahead and support, we can go ahead and support the mission of naval aviation and really taking care of our fleet, our fighters, and our families.
I know when you speak of families and taking care of them, I know of a couple of people who are Blue Angels and former Blue Angels who spent a lot of time here and loved it here and came back here.
You know, you think about it, it was 2018 when we had the Blue Angels here last. And for everybody here who's in the crowd, give it up for the Blue Angels being back in 2022. You know, you think about the team here and F-18s. I would say probably 50 to 60% of the maintenance team, as well as the aviators, have probably come through NAS Oceana at some point in their career. You know, so for us, it's particularly poignant, and having the ability to go ahead and welcome them back to the beach, as well as back to their families, back to their old neighbors, and potentially seeing their teachers and whatnot that they had grown up with previously.
And speaking of the beach, we've got the beach blast tonight, and the Blues will be out there, you'll be out there, I'll be out there. What can we expect tonight?
So the beach blast is going to be pretty phenomenal. So for those that have not been to the beach blast, it is going to be down at 31st Street Park. You can expect to have an afterburner flyover. We'll get to see the Navy's leapfrog team make a jump and unfurl our nation's flag, which is always very motivational. We're very lucky to be able to get the highly sought-after U.S. Fleet Forces Band to come on out. They're going to play 2 sets, one during the opening and then towards the end of the show. And then we're going to have the opportunity to welcome the Blue Angels, America's hometown aviation team, back to the beach in front of all of our friends and neighbors. We'll have them up on stage, and we'll talk a little bit more there.
Sounds great. Well, Skipper, thanks for coming up. And again, thanks for welcoming all of us itinerant carnies, you know, the glorified carnies that we are traveling around. You have made it great for all of us here. We thank you for your hospitality, for the compatibility, for the ability, and for just the overall great feeling that we get when we come here.
Thanks, Rob. You know, it's a team effort, and I couldn't be more proud of the 1,700 roughly sailors, civilians, and contractors that make up our team here at Naval Air Station Oceana, as well as all the lieutenant commands that chipped in to go ahead and make this day really a moonshot. Absolutely awesome. This TV show is being broadcast, and latest count I had was 65 countries.
Wow.
As far away as Egypt. So, hey, welcome. Great to have everybody here. Great to open our doors to go ahead and welcome our friends, our families, our neighbors, and to have great people like you, Rob, helping behind the scenes to ensure a safe and awesome air show.
I'm glad to be a part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, if you will, for the CO, the skipper, Bob Holmes. Thank you, sir. You bet. Blue Angels coming up in a few minutes if you want. And it might be a good time in the next 12 minutes or so to get something to eat, get something to drink, and prepare for the first appearance here at Oceana with the Blues flying the Rhino. We'll be right back with more of the 2022 NAS Oceana Air Show in just a little bit.
That is it's blue. So that's our first main difference between a fleet Super Hornet and our Super Hornet. Other than that, on the exterior for the nose, everything's the exact same. Biggest difference right behind this panel, on a fleet jet where there would normally be our 6-barrel Gatling gun, this is our smoke tank. So we have a 100-gallon smoke tank, which pumps out a paraffin-based oil, and that's what makes the white smoke come out the tail as the pilot actuates that switch in the cockpit. Other than that, everything the exact same from the nose back. Still have our launch bar here for carrier aviation if it were to take off a catapult. As you see here on a fleet, our standard AOA indexers, which show the LSO, whether the aircraft is fast, slow, or on speed as they make those carrier approaches. And then again, as we move towards the back, the holdback fitting that would use our launch bar holdback, again, for carrier ops. First thing here you may see that's different from the Hornet, or from my previous walk around that's different here with the Super Hornet, is this holdback arm of the landing gear is much bigger than the Hornet was. And that's just for the overall size of the Super Hornet. Is about 33% bigger than the Legacy Hornet. So as we go around this jet, you may notice a couple features that are just overall larger, and that's the reasoning for that. The second key feature for the Super Hornet versus the Hornet are going to be the air intakes. As you see here on the Super Hornet, it's these big diamond intakes versus these circular intakes of the Hornet. And that's one of the easiest ways to recognize the two jets apart. Other than size, it's going to be those air intakes as we come down here. I mentioned it earlier, again, this is the leading edge extension. So basically an extension of the wing coming forward of the wing line towards the cockpit, and that's larger than the Hornet as well, which gives us a better surface area and some increased lift in certain regimes of flight. And then another difference for the Hornet versus Super Hornet, obviously the beefy landing gear of the Super Hornet is just a little bit bigger than the Legacy Hornet, but overall same structure and same configuration. Another physical feature that people may pick out between the Hornet and the Super Hornet is this dog tooth wing. So the Hornet had a straight wing from the wing tip down to the wing root, whereas we get this little dog tip for aerodynamic efficiency. All right, moving around the wing here. This is one of the stations where for a fleet jet, you could put a air-to-air missile or a pod that could give telemetry data back to the ground as they're flying around. And then same thing, under the wing, on a fleet jet, you could have pylons to hold other air-to-surface or air-to-air weapons or fuel tanks. But obviously none of that on the blue jets that we fly. Coming around the backside, all the options back here are very similar to what the Hornet had, just larger in size. You'll probably notice, especially these horizontal and vertical stabilizers are much larger on the Super Hornet, and that's just with the overall size increase of the aircraft. They're beefed up as well to help the controllability and the slow speed handling you'll see in the air. Come around to the aft end of the aircraft again. The exhaust nozzles of our F404 engines put out a good bit of thrust, so that really helps the Super Hornet out. And then again, just like the Hornet had, you'll see the little exhaust nozzle there, and that's for the smoke oil to come out. It gets burned up by the engine, and that produces the white smoke that you'll see during the show. And then again, just as every fleet Hornet or Super Hornet would have, there's our arresting hook for carrier operations or for short field arrestments if we had to make them here for safety. Other than that, the other half of the aircraft is the exact same as far as Super Hornet aviation or Super Hornet jet. It's identical to a fleet Hornet and Rhino you would see. Just has a little bit bluer paint job than normal. So what we have here is an
This is not a test or high school science lab. And it's far more intense than any video game. It's nothing like running for class president, checking in with your friends online, or the first time you got behind the wheel. Out here, it's not where the sea takes you, but who it makes you. Get up to a $40,000 bonus when you start today.
I'm Lieutenant Julius Bratton from Woodlawn, Tennessee, Blue Angel number 7, and I'm the narrator for the flight demonstration. Coming from Woodlawn, Tennessee, where I live specifically is just outside of Clarksville, Tennessee. Woodlawn's a rural farming community, so being from there and now being a Blue Angel, it means that everything is possible. There are no limits to any goals that you want to set. When I think about relentless pursuit of excellence, I think about how I apply that in my everyday life. Everything I do, I am trying to make my deviations from perfection smaller and smaller with each set and rep. I understand that perfection is not attainable, but those deviations can become so small that maybe only I will notice, or maybe a very well-trained eye will notice. But as long as I can mark improvement and continuously strive towards that ideal end state, then that is moving forward and getting better. It has been very humbling, rewarding, and a proud moment shared by the entire community when my family and I hear about people that know me and send congratulatory remarks for joining the team. So for everybody out there, I just want them to know, hey, dream big and anything's possible.
My name is Maddie Swagel, and I'm the U.S. Navy's first black female tactical jet pilot. I don't think a goal in my life is to necessarily be the first at anything. That was never something that I set out to do. It was just something that I was interested in and I found out later. My parents raised me and they told me that I could be whatever I wanted to be. We would go see the Blue Angels when they were in town. I don't remember specifically how old I was, but they were just so cool. I love them. Yeah, I just love the fast planes.
To show up here at this level, you need to be a top performer, and then you have to continue to perform while you're here. These are the best pilots in the world that are trained here, the very best.
Oh, I was super excited, but also really intimidated. I remember driving down here for the first time, and it just seemed really daunting. It was crazy to be in such a higher performance aircraft. I was really excited on takeoff, like feeling the exhilaration and getting thrown back in the seat a little bit. That was awesome. It's fun because it is difficult at the same time. You know, like I know that I had to work to get it to behave, you know, and it took a lot of fighting the aircraft and figuring out how it was going to perform. So yeah, that was exciting. It's really rewarding to have the plane do whatever you want it to do, and that takes time, and you definitely notice yourself improving. Like looking back, it's amazing to think about where I started, and I'd never been in an airplane before, so it's just one step at a time, and it's really cool to think of all the things that I've done now, which I never thought that I'd be able to do.
It takes long hours, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and commitment to excellence, day in and day out. This profession is open to anybody with the drive and motivation willing to put in the work and the sacrifice that comes along with it. I hope that it inspires far more women and people of all kinds of diverse backgrounds to look at this as a great career choice. And it doesn't matter who you are, what you look like, where you came from. Once we have the uniform on, we're all on the same team, and we all are trying to accomplish the same mission.
I guess I hope that my legacy will be that there will be a lot of other women and minority women and just different faces that come forward and at least give the pipeline a shot, you know, like be encouraged and know that they have all the tools that they need and, you know, follow their dreams.
There's always going to be a first at some point, and here it is in 2020. She's it, the U.S. Navy's first black female tactical jet aviator. It may be a long time coming, but here she is, and there's going to be more to follow now.
Yeah, just a little bit of music.
days a year. It means they will work 24/7 to make sure the 6 jets that are parked out there in front of you right now will be ready to fly and put on a brilliant performance. Let me ask you, folks of Virginia Beach and the area, get ready for this. Are y'all ready for the Blue Angels? That's adequate. I just heard from number 8, adequate. Let's try it one more time, and then if you're good, they'll fly. If not, they're just going to go back to Pensacola. Y'all ready for the Blues? That is spectacular. The next voice you hear will be that of the narrator for the Blue Angels. He's from Madison, Wisconsin. He is, there you go. If you're from Madison, that's good. Ladies and gentlemen, Griffin Stangl, Lieutenant Commander, is the voice of the Blue Angels. I present to you your United States Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron takes pleasure in performing for you this, our 44th flight demonstration of the 2022 season. I'm Lieutenant Commander Griffin Stangl, narrator for the Blue Angels. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have had the unique privilege of demonstrating to the American public the precision techniques of naval aviation, hoping to inspire a culture of excellence and service to country. The maneuvers you will see demonstrated here this afternoon are coordinated tactical techniques developed by Navy and Marine Corps pilots in both peacetime training and actual combat. These maneuvers are neither stunts nor daring feats, but are refinements of basic techniques taught to every prospective naval aviator. Here at Naval Air Station Oceana, we will demonstrate these maneuvers at very low altitude in traditional Blue Angel formation so that you may see and take pride in the precise fashion in which your Navy and Marine Corps pilots are trained to fly. Now, direct your attention to the ramp before you. Observe the military manner in which the 6 demonstration pilots approach their aircraft and are saluted by their crew chiefs. Ladies and gentlemen, Flying Blue Angel number 1, the commanding officer and flight leader of the Blue Angels from Fargo, North Dakota, Captain Brian Kesselring. Flying Blue Angel number 2, the right wingman from Yorktown, Virginia, Lieutenant Commander Chris Kapushansky. Flying Blue Angel number 3, the left wingman from San Francisco, California, Lieutenant Scott Goosens. Flying Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot from Kingwood, Texas, Major Frank Zastapil. Flying Blue Angel number 5, the lead solo from Atlanta, Georgia, Lieutenant Commander Kerry Rickoff. Flying Blue Angel number 6, the opposing solo from Woodlawn, Tennessee, Lieutenant Commander Julius Bratton. As the crew chiefs assist the pilots into their jets, you are witnessing the teamwork found in all Navy and Marine Corps units. The Blue Angels take a great deal of pride in personifying the Navy and Marine Corps values of honor, courage, and commitment. For more information on our support crew and our pilots, we invite you to follow the team on social media, including Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. There, you'll find exclusive photos and videos, as well as a behind-the-scenes look at our organization and how we operate. Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels, is the oldest performing U.S. military aviation demonstration team. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have brought naval aviation to men and women of all ages across America. We were first based at Naval Air Station Jacksonville, Florida, flying F-6F Hellcats. We continued flying Grumman Corporation aircraft for 22 years, transitioning in late 1946 to the more powerful and faster F-8F Bearcat. In 1950, we transitioned to jet aircraft with the straight-wing F-9 F-2 Panther, the predecessor of the swept-wing F-9 F-8 Cougar, which we received in 1955. In 1957, the Blue Angels became equipped with high-performance aircraft with the arrival of the supersonic F-11F Tiger. In 1969, we received the McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom and flew this supersonic jet until 1974 when we transitioned to the A-4 Skyhawk. In 1987, we acquired the F-18 Hornet and demonstrated its reliability over 34 show seasons. We are now in our second year of flying the combat-proven Boeing F/A-18 Super Hornet. The pilots and crew chiefs will now start the General Electric engines that power the F-18. The noise level will soon become too high for you to hear a description of the checks they will be performing. However, please note that each aircraft was carefully inspected by expert Blue Angel maintenance personnel prior to this afternoon's aerial demonstration. The Blue Angels fly the Boeing F/A-18 Super Hornet, a multi-mission strike fighter, versions of which have been operational throughout the fleet since 2001. 1607 and narrator for the flight demonstration, as well as the pilot for the key influencer and media personnel we normally fly at each show site. Blue Angel number 8, Lieutenant Caitlin Forrester from Scottsdale, Arizona, is the Squadron Naval Flight Officer and Events Coordinator. Commander John Fay from Fort Worth, Texas, serves as the Squadron Executive Officer. Our Marine Corps C-130 pilots are Major Austin Huckabee from Hoover, Alabama, Captain Jackson Strife from Omaha, Nebraska, and Major Joshua Sultan from Spokane, Washington. Lieutenant Commander Brian Abe, our maintenance officer from Richardson, Texas, is responsible for the men, women, and equipment that keep our aircraft flying. From Juana Diaz, Puerto Rico, our assistant maintenance officer is Lieutenant Henry Cedeno. From Virginia Beach, Virginia, the Blue Angel flight surgeon is Lieutenant Commander Monica Borza. From Scottsdale, Arizona, our supply officer is Lieutenant Paul Kruger. From Rochester Hills, Michigan, our public affairs officer is Lieutenant Chelsea Dietland. Our Boeing technical representatives are Mr. Jack Ralph from Fort Worth, Texas, Mr. Todd Lawson from Tigard, Oregon, and Mr. Landy Harnishfigger from Nantucket, Massachusetts. Our financial management analyst is Ms. Deborah Johnson from Pensacola, Florida, and our administrative officer is Mr. Aries Wilkins from Columbia, South Carolina. They're on the runway now, establishing fingertip formation. They'll accelerate their engines to 85% power, carefully check their engine instruments, and give Captain Kesselring a thumbs up, indicating they're ready to go. With a signal from each of his wingmen, Captain Kesselring will call for the selection of afterburner, and the Blue Angel Diamond will initiate this afternoon's aerial demonstration. Accelerating to 150 miles per hour, he'll pull back on the stick, flying the formation into the air. Immediately after liftoff, Major Zastapil will call for the landing gear and flaps to come up as he moves into the slot position, and they'll commence the Diamond half squirrel cage on takeoff. Now, to the left, Captain Kesselring calls, smoke on, off brakes now, burners ready now, and the Blue Angel Diamond is rolling. As they pass before you, you will notice that the smoke is no longer visible while the engines are an afterburner. The smoke comes on as Captain Kesselring calls for the deselection of afterburner. Pulling through the horizon, he rolls the formation 180 degrees to the upright position, completing the half Cuban 8. As the Diamond accelerates in the descent, they will acquire the necessary airspeed for their next maneuver. The Diamond will experience up to 4 times the force of gravity as they perform this looping maneuver. Back to the right, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are rolling. Blue Angel number 5 will complete the dirty roll on takeoff, while Blue Angel number 6 executes a precise slow transition and pitches up vertically at 6 times the force of gravity. The Blue Angel Diamond will momentarily be making its approach from the right. In relatively slow speed flight, they will give you an opportunity to get a close look at the precision flying that produces the 18-inch wingtip to canopy separation between these 4 aircraft. From the right, the Blue Angel Diamond. The sensation of weightlessness, or ballistic flight, similar to that experienced by astronauts in space, will now be felt by the 2 solo pilots. Approaching center point, Lieutenant Commander Rickoff and Lieutenant Commander Bratton will roll their aircraft to 90 degrees angle of bank and push forward on the stick as they perform the opposing knife edge pass. The Diamond is approaching for a maneuver that is likely familiar to those of you who have seen the Blue Angels perform in the past. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Diamond roll. All 4 aircraft flying as one in this graceful 360-degree rolling maneuver. The 2 solo pilots will next demonstrate the inverted flight capability of the F-18. Approaching inverted from the left and right, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, crossing over center point. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing inverted to inverted roll. To the left, the Diamond is setting up for their next maneuver. Approaching center point on Captain Kesselring's command. All 4 pilots will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Diamond aileron roll. Here's Captain Kesselring. Aircraft pilots and enthusiasts who appreciate the difficulties associated with carrier aviation will enjoy this next maneuver demonstrated by the two solo pilots. To the right, Lieutenant Commander Rickoff and Lieutenant Commander Bratton will establish a mirror image formation. However, look closely as both aircraft are in the carrier landing configuration as they approach for a maneuver we call the Fortus. For Navy and Marine Corps pilots who must land their aircraft on the small and sometimes pitching deck of an aircraft carrier at sea, slow-speed flight is just as important as high-speed flight. In order to demonstrate the dirty, slow-speed handling characteristics of the F-18, Captain Kesselring has called for the extension of the landing gear and tailhooks by the 4 Diamond pilots as they execute a maneuver performed by no other jet demonstration team in the world today. From the left, the Diamond Dirty Roll. To the left, Lieutenant Commander Rickoff is approaching to demonstrate the maximum performance turn radius of the F-18. He'll execute a 7.5 G afterburning turn and exit the flight line vertically, showcasing the Super Hornet's turbo nose load capability. As the 4 Diamond pilots approach once again, you should notice 2 significant modifications. While the wingmen, Lieutenant Commander Kapushansky and Lieutenant Goosens, maintain minimum wingtip to canopy separation, the flight leader and slot pilot are both in the inverted position. From the right, the Blue Angel double Farvel. From behind the spectator area, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are approaching the flight line at 400 miles per hour. Having rolled their aircraft 270 degrees and crossed with minimum separation, observe as both pilots sustain 6 times the force of gravity to cross their aircraft over show center. The 4 Diamond pilots are now stacked down and aft on a 45-degree bearing line to establish a right echelon formation. From the right, at 378 miles per hour, the Blue Angel Echelon Parade. Setting up for their next maneuver, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are converging on center point to demonstrate the rapid roll rate of the F-18's fly-by-wire flight control system. Crossing center point, they'll complete 2 consecutive rolls, totaling 720 degrees, with a combined closure rate of over 800 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing horizontal rolls. To the left, the 4 Diamond pilots have established a left echelon formation. Approaching center point, Captain Kesselring will roll the formation 360 degrees into the 3 wingmen. Over the top, the 4 Diamond pilots will showcase their precision formation flying as they make a subtle modification while in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel changeover roll. As they exit to the right, you will notice that the entire formation has shifted back into the Blue Angel Diamond. Now that Blue Angels 5 and 6 have your attention, you have seen firsthand the ability of a tactical aircraft at high speed to sneak into a target area virtually undetected. Lieutenant Commander Bratton will complete the maneuver with a series of vertical rolls, while Lieutenant Commander Rickoff completes his rendezvous with the Diamond to the right. To the right, Lieutenant Commander Rickoff has joined the Diamond in a line abreast formation. Still maintaining minimum separation, the pilots must now align themselves by looking 90 degrees from their flight path towards Captain Kesselring's aircraft. They'll climb up through vertical, under heavy G, as they perform the very difficult 5-plane line abreast loop. As they exit to the left, Captain Kesselring calls for another formation change prior to detaching Blue Angel number 5. You have seen several flight profiles of the F-18. The 2 solo pilots will next demonstrate precision roll rate control. Approaching center point, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, pausing after each 90 degrees of rotation, crossing center point in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing 4-point hesitation roll. From behind the crowd, the 4 Diamond pilots are rolling out in trail formation for a dynamic separation maneuver. Crossing center point, they'll climb up through vertical and smoothly shift back into the Blue Angel Diamond. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel vertical break. Lieutenant Commander Rickoff and Lieutenant Commander Bratton are approaching to demonstrate the impressive pitch rate of the F-18. Crossing center point, they'll execute a maximum performance climb with a split S reversal, bringing their aircraft back over show center. In front of the crowd, Captain Kesselring is rolling out the Diamond for their next maneuver, the barrel roll break. He'll pull up through vertical, roll the formation 90 degrees, and perform a split S, finishing with a dynamic separation maneuver. As the formation pulls the level, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction. The Blue Angel barrel roll break. Back to the right, the two solo pilots are making their approach to the flight line. Crossing center point, they will simultaneously roll their aircraft 420 degrees in section. Ladies and gentlemen, the double tuckover roll. From behind the crowd, Captain Kesselring is rolling out the diamond formation for another dynamic maneuver, the low brake cross. Approaching center point, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction. As each aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour, they'll perform a reversal turn back towards the flight line. You should be able to follow their individual smoke trails as all four aircraft converge on center point with maximum closure and minimum separation. To the right, Lieutenant Commander Rickoff and Lieutenant Commander Bratton are approaching to demonstrate the slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet in the clean configuration. They'll pass before you, virtually standing Blue Angels 5 and 6 on their tails. At less than 120 miles per hour, the fly-by-wire flight controls provide the slow speed handling that sets the Super Hornet apart in the air-to-air combat arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Section High Alpha Pass. In front of the crowd to the left, the Diamond is rolling out to demonstrate the awesome power of these General Electric F414 engines. Let's listen as Captain Kesselring calls for the selection of afterburner by the 4 Diamond pilots. As they pass over center point, you will hear and feel the thunder of 8 engines producing 168,000 pounds of thrust. The Blue Angels, home based in Pensacola, Florida, completed an intensive winter training period at Naval Air Facility El Centro, California. The beautiful weather of the Imperial Valley provided us with the optimum conditions to fly each of the demonstration pilots on the 120 training flights necessary prior to our first public demonstration. Our show season opened on the 12th of March and runs through early November. The Blue Angels will perform 65 flight demonstrations this season while visiting 32 cities throughout the United States. The next portion of our flight demonstration will showcase all 6 aircraft flying together in formation. The Blue Angel Delta has been our signature 6-plane formation since 1958. Behind the crowd to the right, the 2 solo pilots have joined the diamond to form the Blue Angel Delta. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Delta roll. All 5 wingmen maintaining position as they roll 360 degrees over center point. As they exit to the left, observe as Captain Kesselring brings the formation back towards the flight line. Very shortly, all 6 aircraft will be approaching for the Blue Angel fleur-de-lis. In an aerial salute to our forward deployed forces, all 6 aircraft will separate, perform individual 360-degree rolls, and the 4 diamond pilots will rendezvous through a looping maneuver. From the left at 450 miles per hour, the Blue Angel fleur-de-lis. Let's listen in. As the 2 solo pilots exit behind the crowd to the right, the 3 wingmen are in the final stages of their rendezvous and will soon be back on the wings of Captain Kesselring and Blue Angel number 1. With the fleur-de-lis rendezvous complete, the diamond will pass before you and exit the flight line to the right. High and to the right, the 2 solo pilots are rejoining the diamond for another Delta maneuver. As they rendezvous, observe as Captain Kesselring executes a reversal turn, rolling out the formation for the Delta loop break cross. Passing through vertical, Captain Kesselring tilts his head back, picking up the flight line here at Naval Air Station Oceana. Over the top, he's floating the formation to place them directly over show center. Now, watch closely as Captain Kesselring calls, smoke on, ready break. As each aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour, they'll perform a half cubanate reversal turn. As they pull up and over the top, you should be able to follow their individual smoke trails as all 6 pilots simultaneously roll their aircraft 180 degrees and head back towards show center. From 6 different directions, with maximum closure and minimum separation, they will converge on center point and cross with a combined closure rate of nearly 1,000 miles per hour. For a description of our maneuvers, as well as an in-depth look at our team and individual biographies, we invite you to visit our website and follow us on social media, including Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. In front of the crowd, the Delta's making their approach to the flight line. Approaching center point, the entire formation will separate in dramatic fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel Delta Breakout. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron represents a time-honored tradition of pride, professionalism, and excellence, spanning 111 years of naval aviation. The 2022 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting Navy and Marine Corps aviators, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. From the left, your 2022 Blue Angels. One of the unique demands placed upon naval aviators is that they be able to land their aircraft on a ship at sea. Whether it be a tactical jet, a propeller-driven aircraft, or a helicopter, each requires skill which the naval aviator must master. In order to perfect this skill, Navy and Marine Corps pilots spend a great deal of time in the landing pattern practicing carrier approaches. In front of you now, Captain Kesselring and his wingmen are demonstrating a simulated carrier pattern. Approaching the runway from the left, Captain Kesselring is confirming that the landing checks have been completed and that each aircraft is in fact ready to land. Rolling out on final, they make constant power and lineup corrections, maintaining the optimum rate of descent for the proper touchdown point. The demonstration pilots you've been watching perform here this afternoon are but a small part of the Blue Angel team. The men and women in blue uniforms standing before you are members of the elite Blue Angel maintenance crew. Through hard work, many long hours, and unselfish dedication, they have, each year for the past 76 years, provided us with the aircraft availability necessary to perform each of these flight demonstrations. As the aircraft taxi back, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the Blue Angel maintenance crew. Command Master Chief Eric McDermott from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Maintenance Master Chief James Hernandez from Norwalk, California. Maintenance Chiefs Gregory Ogle from Newport News, Virginia, and Jim Domholt from Cleveland, Ohio. Crew Coordinator Kerry Kalmus from Ash Flat, Arkansas. Crew Chief Number 1 Kevin Hill from Trelawney, Jamaica. First Mech Paint Shop Sam Smith from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Crew Chief Number 2 Alex Gutierrez from San Antonio, Texas. First Mech Life Support CJ Woods from Dallas, Texas. Crew Chief Number 3 Destiny Berthoud from Atlanta, Georgia. First Mech Life Support Moises Mercado from San Diego, California. Crew Chief Number 4 Alan Caranjo from Nairobi, Kenya. First Mech Airframes Alexander Martinez from Hutchinson, Kansas. Crew Chief Number 5 Sharon Gatlin from Valdosta, Georgia. First Mech Power Plants K.C. Cross from Gordon, Georgia. Crew Chief Number 6 Trevor Neurath from Wichita, Kansas. First Mech Power Plants John Russell from Montgomery, Alabama. Crew Chief Number 7 Sean Donahue from Santa Clarita, California. Runway Truck Alert Crew Joshua Green from Bear Creek, Alabama. Jonathan Kisnowski from Spring Hill, Florida. Austin Adcock from Longview, Texas. Tyler Cutts from Dothan, Alabama. And Joshua Boone from Roanoke, Virginia. Quality Assurance Representative Kat Henry from Moline, Illinois. Aerospace Medicine Technician Amelia Hauselman from San Antonio, Texas. Public Affairs Representative Cody Decio from Yakima, Washington. Video Technicians Cam Ferguson from Commerce, Georgia. Bailey Cole from Granbury, Texas. And Arias Ani from Spokane, Washington. Logistics Support Representatives Gregory Lloyd from Murphy, North Carolina. And Jacques Holder from Riverdale, Maryland. Maintenance Control Representative Alexander Whitteman from Prescott, Arizona. Music Choreographer Libby Wynn from Rock Hill, South Carolina. C-130 Crew Leighton Gaddis from Forest, Mississippi. Lauren Song from Aurora, Colorado. Patrick Engels from Newburgh, Indiana. And Kenneth Smith from Derry, New Hampshire. Maintenance Support Personnel Jacob Ryan from Modesto, California. Cameron Cohen from Dayton, Texas. Miguel Garibaldi from Jalisco, Mexico. Tanner Bales from Meredith, New Hampshire. Dustin Clover from St. Charles, Missouri. And Michael Sullivan from Dallas, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Blue Angel Maintenance Crew. Taxiing just off to your right, the Blue Angels will momentarily be turning into the parking area. After completing a short maintenance debrief, the team will come to the crowd line where you'll have an opportunity to meet them. As they step away from their aircraft, I would like to take one final opportunity to introduce the demonstration pilots you've been watching perform here this afternoon. Having secured their engines, the pilots will simultaneously exit their aircraft on a signal from Captain Kesselring. It has been an honor and our pleasure to perform for you here at Naval Air Station Oceana. This, our 44th flight demonstration of the 2022 season. Ladies and gentlemen, Flying Blue Angel number 6, the opposing solo from Woodlawn, Tennessee, Lieutenant Commander Julius Bratton. Flying Blue Angel number 5, the lead solo from Atlanta, Georgia, Lieutenant Commander Kerry Rickoff. Flying Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot from Kingwood, Texas, Major Frank Zastapil. Flying Blue Angel number 3, the left wingman from San Francisco, California, Lieutenant Scott Goosens. Flying Blue Angel number 2, the right wingman from Yorktown, Virginia, Lieutenant Commander Chris Kapushansky. Flying Blue Angel number 1, the commanding officer and flight leader of the Blue Angels from Fargo, North Dakota, Captain Brian Kesselring. Ladies and gentlemen, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the Blue Angels 2022.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you will, a great round of applause to Lieutenant Commander. Is that really it? Griffin Stangl, new Lieutenant Commander. Congratulations. Nice job, sir. Give it up, everybody, left and right of show center for the Blue Angels. And that, ladies and gentlemen, does put a wrap on things for today's show. It's been a marvelous day weather-wise, and for all the performers who were unable to thank you in person, I will just pass that on to all of you. For all of you watching across the world on the web, wow, what a treat it is to have 65 countries be participating in watching this return of the Naval Air Station Oceana Air Show. A couple of years ago, it was, well, COVID had its effects on everybody, but we're glad to be back. On behalf of the commanding officer of Naval Air Station Oceana, Captain Bob Holmes, and the executive officer, Captain Steve Gennady, and our air boss, Wayne Boggs, all the folks from Quality Air Show Sound, thank you, Bill, Troiano, and all the gang at Live Air Show TV. Great to work with you guys. I love y'all. Those of you around the world, I will wish you a pleasant good day or good night or whatever, as the case may be. God bless you all. And I'll say on behalf of all of us here at Oceana, God bless America. I'm Rob Ryder. So long, everybody.